Are you an owner of a small or medium-sized enterprise? Are you a private individual? Or a farmer looking to make sustainability investments? Do you want to upgrade your car fleet to zero-emission vehicles? Make your buildings accessible for people with disabilities, including digital infrastructure. Install solar panels on your roof. Produce energy-efficient equipment. Switch to recycled materials. Or improve the water efficiency on your farm? For these and many other impactful aspirations, your local bank could help, thanks to support from the EU. Climate, environmental and social challenges require diverse solutions and financing. Everyone can help mitigate climate change, make a positive impact on the environment, and remove barriers for participation faced by persons with disabilities. From household energy efficiency upgrades to ecosystem restoration projects. The EU wants to support all sustainability investments, big or small. And let's be real, there's no single way to make things better for our planet. If you have an investment project that would benefit the environment or ensure accessibility for persons with disabilities, visit the Access to Finance website to find your local bank, which can provide you with more information and details on how to get lending. For information about InvestEU projects in your country, visit the InvestEU website. Let's make a positive impact for a sustainable future.
To finansowanie EBI pozwala nam wspierać polską gospodarkę. W 20% to wsparcie polega na tym, że wspieramy przedsiębiorczość kobiet, a w 20% to finansowanie docierać będzie do projektów skierowanych na transformację energetyczną.
Ten pociąg nazwaliśmy pociągiem europejskim. W takich barwach będzie on jeździł po Pomorzu Zachodnim, by podkreślać to, że jesteśmy dumnymi Europejczykami tu na Pomorzu Zachodnim, że chcemy dalej być w Unii Europejskiej, chcemy ją wzbogacać i chcemy z tego dobrodziejstwa korzystać.
Współpraca z EBI ma dla nas niezwykle strategiczny charakter. W kontekście wojny, kryzysu uchodźczego, inflacyjnego czy energetycznego, a więc trudnej sytuacji finansowej samorządu, dzięki temu będziemy mieli możliwość sfinansowania inwestycji, które pozwolą nam osiągnąć neutralność klimatyczną, niższą emisję czy wreszcie lepsze zazielenienie miasta, tym samym lepszą jakość życia w Rzeszowie.
Dzięki EIB udało nam się sfinansować bardzo duży projekt inwestycyjny w 3 naszych zakładach produkcyjnych. Wybudowaliśmy nową halę produkcyjną, zakupiliśmy nową linię do produkcji makaronu oraz wybudowaliśmy nowoczesny magazyn wysokiego składowania.
to finansowanie EBI pozwala nam wspierać polską gospodarkę. W 20% to wsparcie polega na tym, że wspieramy przedsiębiorczość kobiet, a w 20% to finansowanie docierać będzie do projektów skierowanych na transformację energetyczną.
Ten pociąg nazwaliśmy pociągiem europejskim. W takich barwach będzie on jeździł po Pomorzu Zachodnim, by podkreślać to, że jesteśmy dumnymi Europejczykami tu na Pomorzu Zachodnim, że chcemy dalej być w Unii Europejskiej, chcemy ją wzbogacać i chcemy z tego dobrodziejstwa korzystać.
Współpraca z EBI ma dla nas niezwykle strategiczny charakter. W kontekście wojny, kryzysu uchodźczego, inflacyjnego czy energetycznego, a więc trudnej sytuacji finansowej samorządu, dzięki temu będziemy mieli możliwość sfinansowania inwestycji, które pozwolą nam osiągnąć neutralność klimatyczną, niższą emisję czy wreszcie lepsze zazielenienie miasta, tym samym lepszą jakość życia w Rzeszowie.
Dzięki EIB udało nam się sfinansować bardzo duży projekt inwestycyjny w 3 naszych zakładach produkcyjnych. Wybudowaliśmy nową halę produkcyjną, zakupiliśmy nową linię do produkcji makaronu oraz wybudowaliśmy nowoczesny magazyn wysokiego składowania.
InvestEU is the European Union programme supporting private and public investments. Together with European and international financial institutions, it facilitates better access to finance for companies. For instance, in the northern region of Europe, InvestEU supports the expansion of a circular low-carbon battery gigafactory and the development of a European-made battery supply chain for the automotive industry. On the other side of the Baltic Sea, the construction of the first offshore wind park was also made possible thanks to the InvestEU programme. The agriculture and food sector is another area where InvestEU steps in. Through its financing, innovative companies develop technologies to reduce CO2 emissions. For example, by creating plant-based food or by working on lab-grown meat to mitigate the impact of meat consumption on animals and the environment. The InvestEU programme also prioritises investments in the social sector. It provides support for education, training and the integration of young people. Cancer research and biomedical innovation can save lives. InvestEU assists companies in finding investors to develop early cancer detection technologies.
My name is Arthur Hans and I'm CEO of Elmodis, technology provider of industrial Internet of Things. Elmodis provides to customers solution to improve efficiency of their machines based on very complicated technology but in a very simple way.
What we are doing is turning information about energy flow into added value for end customers in the industry.
So we are using current and voltage and some other parameters to predict condition of machinery. Our clients at the moment are industrial plants, manufacturing plants, power plants, petrochemical and chemical industry. So places where we have a lot of electrical drives. Technological solutions can help to improve these old machines and give them some kind of intelligence. From investment point of view, we receive money from 3 investors, Intel Capital and Set Ventures, which is supported from the EU, and Innovation Nest. Without investment, without help from our investors, it was impossible to create this technology ready for market. And we make industry smarter. We have the good people, the good idea, and Krakow is a magic place to create this kind of companies.
For a startup company, it's like very hard to get a financing.
Unfortunately, it is not easy to get a regular loan from a bank.
La Unión Europea la mejor ayuda que puede dar es dar la oportunidad.
Without the EU financial guarantee, we are dead. I don't know if it's a good thing, but it's totally 100% right.
At least we have the umbrella of the EU helping us.
The EU support has gotten us from an idea on a piece of paper to a working product that we are now ready to commercialize.
Without it, I actually don't know where we would be.
Puisque l'Union européenne, quelque part, c'est aussi comme quelqu'un qui accompagne les entreprises.
In the end, this EU support gives us the opportunity to have peace of mind and actually do what we do the best.
We are by your side every morning. When you go to work, when you go to school, when you strive to create a career. We care about health as
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome here at the EU Sustainable Finance Day in Warsaw. Thank you very much for everyone here in the room. It's nice to see so many of you here. And of course, a warm welcome to all of colleagues, participants, online watchers who watch us through our web stream. It's a pleasure to be here today in Warsaw. It's really sunny, so it's difficult to believe that part of your countries are under these devastating floods, but we from the Commission, we are also happy to know that today in your country, in Wrocław, there will be the European Commission President to see what the nature has actually caused and how to help from the EU side. We have a fully packed day. My name is Ula Hudina-Kmetic. I work in the Directorate General of the European Commission for Industry, Entrepreneurship and SMEs, and I'll be your moderator for today. The fully packed morning will include first the opening addresses by esteemed speakers representing the Commission representation here in Poland and of course also the EIB office in Poland. And then we will have the presentation by the Commission, by two colleagues, and also by the Polish Ministry of Finance and Regional Policy. Later, we will learn more about how the InvestEU sustainability guarantees applied and implemented in the country through the presentation of the colleagues from the European Investment Bank. We will also hear a presentation by the Enterprise Europe Network colleague, what is offered here in Poland for free, and we will have a panel discussion to conclude the date. Throughout the day, throughout the event, we provide simultaneous interpretation from English to Polish, Polish to English, so please, Polish speakers, do use your mother tongue. And I use this opportunity to really warmly thank the interpreters who are online with us and who will provide the interpretation throughout the event. And online participants, as well as you in the room, whereas you in the room, you can obviously ask questions later because the microphone will be around, whereas the online participants do ask questions through Slido application. You will see it now on the screen. It's hashtag EUSFD, EU Sustainable Finance Days. We really welcome you to ask questions, and we will try to answer as much as we can with the help of all the participants. And please take note that our event is also recorded, that video recording will be available after the event, and all the presentations that you will see today, they'll be also uploaded as soon as we can on the event's website. And finally, which is important for us as the organizers, you will all receive an online survey after the event, and please do fill it in because it will help us also in the future to organize similar events. I think this was all of the logistics that I had to say, but now it's really my pleasure to announce a short welcome address by Mr. Wojciech Wisocki. He's Deputy Head of the Commission representation here in Poland, representing the newly appointed Head of Rep, who obviously, as I said, has to accompany today the Commission President in Wrocław. So please, Wojciech, if you can take the floor. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo, witam Państwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you very warmly in the head office of the representation of European Commission in Poland. So I am pleased we can have you here for the organization of European Days of Sustainable Financing. This event has been organized due to the cooperation with the General Directorate DG GROW, Directorate for Internal Market, Industry and Entrepreneurship. I'd like to welcome Grzegorz Rabsztyn, the Director of the European Investment Bank office in Warsaw. Green transition and European Green Deal are always associated with energy, infrastructure, renewable energy sources, houses refitting, or clean transport. However, progress in all those areas requires investments and investments financing. Hence, the green transition has a really significant financial aspect. A large part of those financing for green investment are provided by EU financing mechanisms like cohesion funds, coherent farming funds, increasing their sustainability and resistance. Within those mechanisms, Poland is going to get several billion euros, but such an ambitious objective as becoming climate neutral by the mid of the century even requires plenty of private funds. The solutions that you are going to discuss today, such as InvestEU mechanisms, sustainable financing, taxonomy, and green gateway, serves four main goals: attracting private capital for green investment, reducing investment risk in new green technologies, making it simple for the entrepreneurs to when it comes to reporting, and support of financing institutions which provide loans for green projects. It's all about the green transitions which are financed by private capital, are profitable, safe, and attractive. In the years to come, those instruments will grow in meaning. In July, when I presented the plan, when Ursula von der Leyen presented her plan for the next term, she said that although the objectives of the European Green Deal will still be binding, at the next stage of the implementation of the deal, we shall focus on increasing the competitive factor, for example, by developing clean industry. About 2 weeks ago, Mario Draghi's report on the future competitiveness of Europe, which was published recently, it says clearly that it will require huge investment in decarbonization of the energy consuming sectors, faster renewable resources development of energy networks. Now the debate on how the conclusions of Mario Draghi's report can be implemented is still to come, but the existing EU mechanism and the instruments of supporting investment shall be helpful. Therefore, I would like to thank you for being interested in this subject and for your presence here, and hopefully you might have a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now, if I may, Grzegorz Rabsztyn, he's the head of the European Investment Bank Group office here in Poland. If you can give a few opening remarks on behalf of the European Bank here in Poland.
Szanowni Państwo, witam Państwa serdecznie.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you on behalf of the EIB Bank group during this EU Sustainable Finance Days in Warsaw. I would like to thank the representatives of the Commission in Poland and DG GROW for inviting and the availability of co-organizing this event. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainable financing is the basis of operations of the Polish Investment Bank. We are the EU bank and the climate bank in the EU, and hence we've posed objectives which we need to implement thanks to our financing. First of all, as the first international financing institution, we finance only the projects which are in compliance with the Paris Agreement objectives. Secondly, we want every year, when it comes to our portfolio, 50% of the funds to be dedicated to green investment, which combat climate changes and which would be environment friendly. In Poland last year, we achieved that objective. 52% of the complete financing of the EIB group, 5.1 billion euros was dedicated to those very objectives. And finally, in this decade, we would like our financing to involve 1 billion euro of green investments. I hope we are on the right path, because by the end of last year, we assume that our financing mobilized 350 billion euros of investment of such type. Invest EU is an important element in this sustainable financing puzzle. European Investment Bank is the main department in implementing InvestEU together with the investment fund. 75% of programs are to be implemented by the EIB group together with partners, Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, European Bank of Development and Restructuring. We are involving this program, which is supposed to stimulate investments in the EU, but also give it direction to individual goals such as sustainable infrastructure. Within the segment, 60% of funds are supposed to be dedicated to green transition investment. The second segment is research, development, innovations. This is very important when it comes to Polish economy, so it can be transformed slightly on the basis of knowledge and technology. The SME segment, which is completely implemented by the European Investment Fund within the EIB group. And finally, the social investment and investment in skills. This is strongly connected with the just transition mechanism, which are not only is limited to the fund, but also to the second pillar, the just transition component within Invest EU, which is financing for projects which are implemented in the just transition regions. Ladies and gentlemen, Invest EU is the successor of the European Fund for the Strategic Investment. This is the Juncker Plan. Within EFIS, the Polish group invested over 4 billion euros. This was the financing given, which mobilized 21 billion euros on investment. We do hope that Invest EU shall reach similar levels when it comes to financing. When we observe the current data, the European Investment Bank is 1.4 billion euros of financing. European Investment Fund added 370 million euros of capital investment and guarantees that my colleagues are going to tell us a bit more in detail. When we look cross-section, we take the cross-section approach to the projects, the large infrastructural projects. The largest offshore farm, for example, so far is in the Baltic Sea. It's the Baltic Power, but also large digitization projects and financing the fiber optic network in the areas where there are white spots when it comes to the network coverage. On the other hand, there are small projects when it comes to the amount, but large in terms of the impact. The projects of financing within the venture debt of the highly innovative companies with the growth trend, which develop their valuable technologies, which shall be very important for the development of the entire European economy. And here, the examples of such financing would be support for the company Tilco, as there's optics, of Vigo Photonics. There are plenty of such examples. Particularly important when it comes to the green investment, sustainable investment perspective, it is important that those investments are also undertaken by SMEs. And here, as I have said, huge role of the European Investment Fund, which within the InvestEU is responsible for the SMEs. I need to add that the European Investment Bank also supports, in cooperation with our financing partners, it supports SMEs. Just recently, we signed an agreement with SGEF, Polską Societę General Equipment Finance, to finance the investments at small and medium-sized enterprises, 100 million euros financing on the part of the European Investment Bank, and on the other hand, 200 million euros on the part of Societe Generale for those sustainable projects for SMEs, where at least 20% are going to be projects for green transition, that are going to be green projects. So this is a very important area, because when we observe the SME sector, they see that the large enterprises undertake the decarbonization projects. So it's hard to do them in SMEs. When it comes to the survey of the EIB shows that entrepreneurs in Poland approach the green transition, new regulations, climate regulations, they treat it more as a challenge than an opportunity for the operations. So therefore, together with the financing partners in Poland, those investments should be mobilized in the SME sector. And naturally, EIB and InvestEU operations is not just a fund which operates thanks to the European Commission guarantee, but it's also advisory. And the InvestEU Advisory Hub, the center, which creates many advisory initiatives. One of them is a very important initiative, Green Gateway, which is based on the cooperation between the European Investment Bank and our financing partners. Or greening the bank portfolio and support in creating those green investments, assessing the eligibility of those investments, whether they are compliant with taxonomy and whether they fit within the policies. So the operations on the part of the European Investment Bank in cooperation with the Commission, with our financing partners in Poland, is of multi-level and multifaceted. We'll hear a bit more about that on the part of the European Investment Fund. So I would like to invite you to listen to today's debates and enjoy the debates and inspiration for today's meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gregors, and I would also like to thank you for all the help in preparing the event, for all your valuable tips and advice. But with his presentation, yeah, definitely the European Investment Bank presence is quite strong in the country, and obviously you have lots of projects. But of course, thank you very much, Wojtek Wysocki, representing here the Commission, and thank you for hosting us. That's really appreciated by all the services. So now we finished with the opening part. And we are actually coming to our first session with two Commission colleagues. Thank you very much, Gregors and Wojtek. My head of unit, Astrid Bartels, from European Commission Director General for Industry, Entrepreneurship and SMEs, joined by colleague Joanna Sikora-Wittnebel. She's team leader in Commission Director General for Financial Stability, Financial Services and Capital Markets. Astrid will start, but of course on the stage we are really happy, and thank you very much, that Mr. Robert Dziedzgła is here. He's Director of the Public-Private Partnership Department of the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy. But first we'll have the Commission presentation, and then we will listen to the views of the Polish government. And in Mr. Dziedzgła's presentation, it will not only be about the InvestEU, it will be also about the recurrent resilience plan and basically how it's being implemented in Poland. But first, Astrid, the overall context and the InvestEU sustainability guarantee, the focus of today, actually. Please.
Voilà. Dzień dobry. And now I'll switch to English. That's as much Polish as I know, very sorry. So my colleague Joanna and I will take you a little bit through the opening. We will set the scene so you understand better in which context we are operating at the European level. So when it comes to climate finance, where are we? I mean, the facts are quite clear. We know that in March of this year, there was a report issued by the UN's Weather Agency. And the messages in that report were quite alarming. Because if you look at what happened in 2023, we had records that were broken not only for surface temperatures, but also for greenhouse gas levels, ocean heat, acidification, sea level rise, ice cover, and glacier retreat. So we always talk about, you know, every year seems to be getting hotter and hotter. But there are other elements in our environment that are also suffering very hard. And as the Secretary General of the UN said, some of these records are not only chart-topping, they are really chart-bursting. And I think what we now currently experience here in Poland and other countries in terms of floods just shows that the climate change is real. We are feeling the impact every day, and so the urgency to act is very high. So how have we framed that at the European level? Well, the existing Commission, which is now the outgoing Commission, we will have the new Commission soon, adopted the European Green Deal. So we do have a climate law in Europe that enshrines that we want to be carbon neutral by 2050, and by 2030 we want to have reduced our emissions by 55%. In order to achieve that, it was already mentioned by the speaker from the EIB group, we have enormous financing requirements. Estimates are about 700 billion per annum. Now the recent Draghi report even talked about 800 billion per annum that need to be invested to decarbonize the European industry. What is quite clear is that these huge financing amounts cannot come from the public alone. Definitely not. We need to mobilize private finance. And this is why, at the level of the Commission, we have set in motion the EU Sustainable Finance Framework. We have the taxonomy, we have disclosure regulations, we have financial toolbox, and the overall arching objective of this framework is to really crowd in private investors, to combine better public with private investors. And I will now hand over to Joanna to take you through the legal framework.
Thank you very much, Astrid. Dzień dobry Państwu. Ja zacznę po polsku, ale będę mówić po polsku bardzo krótko, bo niestety...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will start in Polish, but I will speak in Polish for a little while because I'm not very much familiar with the Polish terminology on these issues on sustainability financing, sustainable finance. So English is my working language. I'm not yet there when it comes to describing all these complex issues in Polish or combining English and Polish within one presentation. So excuse me, but I'll switch to English now.
Agenda has been now progressively put in place for several years. When at the end of the previous mandate of the Commission we started discussing with investors, with banks, insurance sector, we've heard about many obstacles that actually prevented private financial sector into investing into more sustainable activities. And the obstacles that were mentioned were in particular insufficient information about ESG impacts, lack of credible tools and instruments for sustainable investments, and also lack of clarity on what is sustainable. So now, during the now finishing mandate of the Commission, we have indeed put in place a complex and comprehensive sustainable finance framework. And as you can see on this slide, we have indeed now more transparency. So we have several disclosure requirements. We have the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive that deals with disclosures by companies. We have the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation that deals with disclosures by financial markets participants, and we have also sustainability preferences that are now set out in the MiFID directive, Market in Financial Instruments Directive. We have now also more credible tools. So we have, for example, the European Green Bond Standards, which is a voluntary standards for investing in sustainable way. We have also the 2 climate benchmarks, and we have the EU taxonomy that covers several activities. So climate-related activities, also activities contributing to other environmental objectives not related to climate, with also a specific regulation of disclosures. As the focus of today's conference is mainly on funding for business, for companies, I will focus on 2 elements. So on disclosures by companies and Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive and the taxonomy. So moving to the CSRD, well, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive now lays down new comprehensive rules for sustainability reporting by companies, replacing the previous rules of the Non-Financial Reporting Directive. So we have first a very much broader application scope. We have all large companies and all listed companies that are covered, including listing SMEs, and we have also coverage of certain non-EU companies. The reporting requirements are now strengthened with the application of the double materiality principle, covering both sustainability impacts on the company, so the outside-in approach, and also the inside-out approach, so corresponding to covering sustainability impact of companies. We have also more detailed reporting. We have reporting according to the standardized framework defined in the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, which are developed by EFRAG, an independent advisory body. We have requirements to digitalize sustainability reporting with specific digital formats and digital tagging of information. And we have also now strengthened assurance requirements, replacing what was required under the NFRD, which was only a verification that the information has been provided. The CSRD is a big change, of course, for the companies. It is really a much more demanding requirements, and therefore the phase-in, the application is phased in. We have indeed several stages with the largest companies, so those that were already covered by the previous NFRD, that will start applying reporting according to the new frameworks next year, and other companies groups will be phasing in progressively. The last ones to phase in would be the listed SMEs, which might also opt out during 2 years. And then at the very end, certain very large non-EU companies with subsidiary or large subsidiary or branches in the EU. So all these companies will have to report using the ESRS cross-cutting standards that were already adopted. And listed SMEs will have the possibility to use the specific ESRS for listed SMEs that are currently in preparation. So maybe briefly about some of the key features of the ESRS and sustainability reporting in general. Indeed, as you can see in this green square, there are many information, many elements that are required under current reporting requirements. So information about business models, companies' policies, due diligence processes, risk, etc., etc. The reporting follows the double materiality approach, so both outside in and inside out. It should cover companies' own operation, but also the value chain. There are some disclosures that are indeed phased in. There are some disclosures that are also voluntary, indeed to encourage good practice, but also not make the reporting overly complicated. Some also changes have been introduced by the Commission in comparison to initial recommendation of EFRAG, the advisory body. For example, materiality was introduced for all the standards except the two most general. There were indeed some voluntary disclosures that were made. Now, it is, as I said, a big change for companies, really a big transition, and companies need to learn how to report following these new schemes. And therefore, we are taking many initiatives at EU level, Commission, to facilitate implementation and compliance by companies. So, first things, we have delayed application of certain standards. So, sector standards have been delayed, standards for third country companies. We have also modified the monetary thresholds in the accounting directive, which mechanically results in also limiting the number of companies that are subject to that reporting. We have also adopted frequently asked questions in the Commission and published them in August. Similarly, also EFRAG is providing implementation guidance and has a platform for questions and replies. The Commission also offers a technical support instrument to Member States to support Member States in the implementation. And I think what I wanted to say, I mean, maybe as a last point on this issue is that indeed we are aware in the Commission that this is something that should be progressive. There is a learning curve for companies, for auditor, for Member States. And we are also repeating that very, very clearly to Member States when we have meeting with them, that there should be no, over-implementation, that Member States and companies should really use all available phase-in and staging possibilities, and also guidance has been provided already on assurance by the audit community bodies, also to avoid that these requirements are applied from the start in too demanding way. Now, moving on to the taxonomy, which is, I think, the topic on which I work the most personally. So this is also a novel instrument, an instrument to which I think the community, business community and financial community is now getting used and using it more and more. So this is indeed a classification tool that provides a list of activities that contribute to EU climate and environmental objectives. And so it is mainly a transparency tool that provides information about to what extent companies are engaged in this.
Joanna, your English is perfect, but speak slowlier.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So this is a classification tool that defines how much companies are engaged in activities that contribute substantially to EU climate and environmental objectives. And in the same shows also to what extent financial participants are engaged in those activities. And it can be also a tool that can be used by companies to plan their transition. So maybe to dispel certain misunderstandings, the EU taxonomy is certainly not a list of activities in which it is necessary to invest, so it's really voluntary. And it also should not be seen as a rating of greenness of companies. It only includes activities, and companies that do not have taxonomy-aligned activities are not necessarily unsustainable. So what is not in the taxonomy is not necessarily brown or unsustainable. A few words about how the taxonomy is structured. So in order to be included in the taxonomy, an activity has to make substantial contribution to one of the 6 environmental objectives, and you see those objectives here on the right. I will not read them out because you can see which they are. Then as a second condition, the activity should not do significant harm to any of the remaining 5 objectives. And it also has to comply with minimum safeguards that relate mostly to social and governance matters. And the activity has to comply, when it's included in the taxonomy, with the technical screening criteria that are specific for each activity and that are established by the Commission. So the taxonomy already covers large parts of the economy, many sectors, from forestry, manufacturing, energy, transport, ICT, etc., etc. Of course, not all the sectors are included in the taxonomy. Not all sectors can be included in the taxonomy because the taxonomy covers those activities with really significant, substantial impacts and contribution to environmental objectives. But the taxonomy will be further expanded progressively. How the taxonomy disclosures are used. So indeed, large and listed companies, when they prepare their CSRD reporting, have to also include information about taxonomy alignment of their revenue, capital expenditure and operational expenditure. And then this reporting is available to financial markets participants and financial advisors that also include this information about their investment and their portfolios in their disclosures under the Sustainable Finance Disclosures Regulation. And this information then is also available to civil society and end users and investors. So on the taxonomy, we have now indeed big, I think, parts on taxonomy in place. I mean, we are still working in the Commission on maybe adding additional activities, but I think our key focus is now on increasing the usability of the taxonomy. So we have put in place a very nice website that you can see here, EU Taxonomy Navigator, with different usability tools. That also contains the repository of all frequently asked questions on the taxonomy, which are indeed very important for companies. And we're also working on further frequently asked questions in respect to activities that were added last year. I would like to say just maybe a few words about financing the transition. Last year, the Commission also adopted a recommendation on transition finance, encouraging companies but also financial sector to use available tools for transition. When we talk about transition finance, we talk about investments into activities that are not yet fully green, fully sustainable, but are on the way to meet climate and environmental objectives in a credible time frame. And the recommendation just explains in what way existing tools such as the taxonomy, the EU Green Bond standards, or the transition plans under the ESRS can be used to indicate transition finance need for an entity. And companies can indeed use the different available tools, such as transition plans, taxonomy reporting, benchmarks, to actually explain and articulate the transition finance needs to their investors. And they can raise also transition finance using the available tools, so using different green bonds, sustainability bonds, taking specific green or sustainability loans, and also can use the services of specialized lending firms. My last slide would be about the outlook for the next mandate. So, of course, I don't have a crystal ball and cannot engage the next commission, but I think what we at the service level see now as the most important actions as regards the framework, the sustainable finance framework for private investors, is indeed to make it more usable, make sure that this framework works well on the grounds, can be well applied, address usability concerns, because we know that there are usability concerns, there is excessive complexity in some respects, and we want to provide support to companies, to financial markets, how to use this framework, how to make it really the most usable. We also want to complete certain gaps that still exist in the framework. We think that probably areas where there are indeed still needs for further development, for strengthening, is indeed about specific transition funding. So this is something which already has been included in the program of the Commission, in the mandate to our new commissioner designate. And also another point is also to offer better suited, more tailored solution for SMEs, for their sustainability investment. And on that, I pass on back to my colleague Astrid. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Joanna. So now you've heard everything about the legal framework, what is there, also about certain tools. But I now really want to talk about the subject of SMEs and the green transition. Maybe to recap, I think there are very important messages that came out of Joanna's presentation. First of all, when it comes to this new regulatory framework in terms of reporting, SMEs, and when I talk SMEs, I mean companies according to the SME definition, so up to 249 employees, roughly, and then there are turnover and the balance sheet targets as well. But just so you know what kind of population we're talking about, these type of companies are not subject to reporting obligations. They do not have to report transition plans, green targets, or whatsoever. And we've done that on purpose. We did not want to create this burden on companies, just to set the scene. However, we know that if we are serious about the green transition in Europe, we need the participation of the SMEs in the green transition. First of all, they account actually for 99.8% of enterprises in Europe. They create roughly 65% or create and have 65% of the jobs, and they contribute to the economy by over 50% in terms of added value. They are also responsible for innovation in the area of transition activities, new technologies, and that is very important, collectively, they do account for over 64% of industrial pollution So we must engage the SMEs. And the question is now how to do that best. Well, when we started the journey and trying to figure out how to best accompany SMEs, what you first do is you try to establish a baseline, try to understand where SMEs stand, what they think. So we did a survey, and that was actually done just before COVID, so we're talking 2020. What we found out is that 34% of SMEs say they have a strategy or an action plan to become a sustainable enterprise. That is already something. It's about a third. Still a long way to go, but it compares to 44% of startups who have these plans, 44% of scale-ups, and over 50% of large companies. So you already see that SMEs are trailing in this regard. And when you then ask SMEs, what are your barriers? What do you need in order to engage? Actually, what's quite interesting is that SMEs actually believe that there is a lack of consumer or customer demand for certain green products. But then secondly, they all say there's a lack of financial resources for these type of projects. And in this context, it's worth pointing out that in the EU, over 80% of SMEs rely on external bank finance to satisfy their financing needs. So not only for investments, but also for working capital. So finance is a very pressing issue here. Then 24% have the view that becoming sustainable is not compatible with their current business model. And 23% say there's a lack of awareness. They literally don't know how to integrate sustainability in their business model, so they need help, they need advisory. And also the lack of skills, so with regard to their workforce, is an issue. They believe they would need to have more training. So that was the baseline where we started from. What we know, as I already pointed out, access to finance is really important. Access to external bank finance, not only for the investments, but also for working capital. But when it comes then to disclosures, what entities, specifically banks, could ask them, we know that the disclosure requests need to be manageable. Otherwise, SMEs will never be able to engage. And we also need other tools like de-risking instruments and advisory services to help SMEs. We formulated these challenges in terms of a couple of points. Well, what we heard from the market is because there are now all these new rules for large corporates to report and also for banks, what we have is the so-called trickle-down effect. So even though the SMEs do not have to report themselves, actually banks, when they finance the SMEs, and not only green finance, the normal finance, they start asking a lot of questions. They send questionnaires. Why are the banks doing it? Because the banks are actually being asked by the regulators to change their risk rating models, to take climate change considerations or make them part of their risk rating models. And because risk rating models are proprietary to the individual organization, it usually means that each bank comes up with their own questionnaire and sends it to these clients. And the SMEs usually don't know what to do with it. They don't know why they're being asked. They don't know what the answers will mean to their future financing relation with the bank, so there's a lot of insecurity in the market. The second point we heard is that also there is really not a sufficient supply of affordable sustainable finance. So first of all, there is no such thing as green loans being cheaper, which could encourage SMEs. But we also know that in terms of total supply of sustainability loans, there is not much in the market. In fact, there was a study from the European Banking Authority that was published in December of last year, and it found that only 2% of all the lending offered by the financial sector, public and private combined, would be in the area of green loan. So there is not much. So we really need to help SMEs. We need to provide the information on where they can find sustainable finance, and we also need to deal with the disclosure issues, so the trickle-down effect. So in 2023, September of last year, we issued a communication from the Commission which was called the SME Relief Package. And one of the chapters deals with the sustainable transition of SMEs. So first of all, we said we need to find a simple and standardized framework to report on ESG issues. Even though the SMEs are not obliged to report, we know the trickle-down effect somehow forces them. So what we are doing is that we are currently developing with EFRAG, Joanna already referred to it, it's an advisory group to the European Commission, a voluntary reporting standard for SMEs, a unified one for the European level. And we hope that once this is adopted, it will be accepted by banks as well as by value chain partners, so that the SMEs only have to create one simplified reporting standard, and then when they get requests, they can give it to their business partners. And then the second point we set in the SME relief package, we really want to encourage financial institutions to include green financing in their business models and come up with more dedicated products. So what are we doing from the EU side to help on this front? We are working towards a standard definition of a green loan for SMEs. And the banks, they have reporting obligations. They have a so-called green asset ratio that they need to report on, saying how much of their lending out of their total portfolio is green. Currently, the SME portfolios are excluded, but we need to see how we can adopt the green asset ratio, because once the banks do the green lending, of course, they also want to have the recognition for it. In order to expedite our work, we have done 2 different studies. I'm not going to go into the details, but the conclusions of both studies were actually, well, in terms of economic activities that are in the taxonomy today, very few SMEs, 18%, engage in these economic activities, so they are not very concerned about it. And then we did a second study trying to figure out what would happen if we were to impose the reporting obligations on the SMEs. Like make them subject to almost the same reporting obligations that the large corporates have. Would that help them to get sustainable finance? And the conclusion of the study was crystal clear. The additional cost from reporting would never outweigh the benefits they could get to maybe future cheaper sustainable finance. So it's crystal clear we should never engage into heavy reporting for SMEs. So reporting in a way is the stick approach, right? You force companies to do something. What we believe in is actually the carrot approach. You try to create an environment that encourages people to engage in sustainable finance. And this is where the InvestEU program comes in. You heard about it in the opening speech. It's the Commission's flagship investment program in this period, so from 2021 to 2027. It has money in it and also advisory services. How does it work? It has, overall, the objective is to mobilize over 370 billion in finance. It's divided up in the circle. You see these 4 areas. So those are 4 policy areas that we are targeting, and one of them is geared towards SMEs. And we have 6.9 billion euros in resources to work on the SME challenge. The objective is to put out instruments that help with the green and digital transition. And of course, when we started the program, we were really also into about the continued recovery after COVID. When it comes to implementation, so the way it works, we have implementing partner, the EIB group being the major one of them, and the EIB has the subsidiary, the European Investment Fund, and with the European Investment Fund, we have negotiated a major agreement to implement EU guarantees for SMEs across the EU. And on the slide, you see the 4 different guarantee types that are being offered to the market. We have one for competitiveness. That's the continuation of what we had before under previous programs. We have one focusing on innovation and digitalization. Another guarantee program geared exclusively towards the culture and creative sector. And then comes the new thing that we developed, and that's the sustainability guarantee. So the EIF can counter guarantee financial sector participants, and that can be commercial banks, leasing organizations, national promotional institutions, guarantee institutions, alternative lenders, so a broad array of financial actors that then finance the SMEs. When it comes to the eligibility criteria, you know, what makes a financing green, we took inspiration from the taxonomy, but we didn't really use these very complex language that's in the taxonomy. We tried to make it simpler because it actually needs to be understandable by the bankers. There are no experts in all of these areas, and it needs to be understandable by the SMEs. So we actually say our eligibility criteria are not taxonomy aligned, they are taxonomy inspired. So how does it work? I will not go into all the details because you will hear about it later, but we basically have developed concepts about being a sustainable enterprise. So you could be an SME that is already active in green areas. Yeah. For instance, one of the criteria is that the SME has been awarded within the last 3 years a clean tech or green prize, a grant of funding, and that is sufficient. And the SME wants to develop this business further, for which it has gotten the prize. So evidencing you've received the prize is sufficient then to receive the financing under this green guarantee. So this is a simplified mechanism on how to translate something. Could also be that the SME has registered an IP right, a patent related to climate and environmental sustainability and wants to develop that business further. Again, if you show you've registered your right, that's sufficient to be able to access it. And we have other areas. We have the green investments, so that's what we call the use of proceeds. So your starting point can be wherever, but you want a loan to maybe buy an energy efficient equipment, and then you would only need to show the certificates for the new equipment that is in the best energy categories. That would also be sufficient to prove that you should have access to this finance. The sustainability guarantee is being rolled out with a lot of help tools. There is the an eligibility check online tool. The EIB group is also conducting webinars currently. Those are geared to financial market participants. So those are the ones who have already signed up for the sustainability guarantee to also basically train the bankers. They need to understand how this works. This is a lot of effort to get it out into the market. And when it, so far I talked about the debt side, but we also need help on the equity side. And again, under InvestEU, together with the EIF, who's rolling this out, we have created new equity products. These equity products are geared towards fund managers that are raising new funds, VC funds, lower market funds, debt funds. And the fund managers, when they raise a fund, they have a strategy, investment strategy. Where do they want to be? And again, we have 4 different areas that we support. So the first one relates to capital market union support. What do we mean? Those are fund managers that want to invest on a cross-border basis, because we really want to integrate European capital markets. And it's very good if we have these funds that really go cross borders. Then those fund managers that support what we call the enabling sectors, that's related to, for instance, space, to the defense, to chips, so the very high-level European policy objectives. But then we also have a reserved pot of money for climate and environmental solution, because we know that a lot of the technology that we will need for the green transition doesn't exist. It's being invented. So we really need to start to scale up these companies in Europe, and there we have this support tool. And we also have an equity instrument for the digital and culture sector. Where can you, if you're an SME, you of course now wonder, okay, that's all good, but where do I find the finance? Who do I turn to? How can I look? Well, we have created the Access to Finance portal. You can find it on the internet. You will see the map of Europe, you click on your country, and then you can actually select what type of finance you're looking for, and you will then receive a list of the financial intermediaries that participate in the different programs and that offer the different types of finance. Thank you.
Street for a very detailed overview of the InvestEU Sustainability Guarantee and more. How this works in practice you will hear later. Thank you, Joanna, for a detailed overview of the EU Sustainable Finance Framework. And now, finally, let's give now the floor to the Ministry's view, to Mr. Robert Dziedzgła, Director of the Public-Private Partnerships Department at the Ministry of Finance and Regional Policy. As I said, slightly more about the Recovery and Resilience Facility fund implementation in Poland than on the InvestEU, because you will hear about the InvestEU much more later on. Mr. Dziedzgła, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Dziękuję serdecznie. Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Thank you very much. Welcome all. I'd like to also thank the organizers for inviting me here and for the possibility to present our actions in the ministry.
Będzie bardziej szczegółowo w następnej części.
We'll talk about InvestEU in more detail later today, but we, as we're responsible for promoting the information on InvestEU in Poland, I have to say that we're working with the EIB offices in Poland. We have been working with them for more than 10 years now. We've also implemented the Juncker's plan.
Na tematykę dzisiejszego spotkania.
But today, as our topic is the InvestEU program, I'd like to focus on another area of activity in my department that is responsible for implementing an instrument that is connected with the green urban transformation. I'd like to invite you to visit our website, and there you can find all the information about the InvestEU program, as we are the coordinator of government activity when it comes to this particular program. And now I'd like to focus on one of the instruments, green urban transformation, and this instrument is implemented as part of the National Recovery Plan. This is a very big lending instrument, and we're cooperating closely with Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego that provides loans. What is the objective of the instrument? First and foremost, it is there to support the green and energy transition of cities, because, of course, we know what's happening in the south. This is an effect of the climate change. And unfortunately, it happened in our country as well. We're witnessing the change right now. The funds from the National Recovery Plan will also be allocated to climate mitigation and adaptation to changing climate. Who are the recipients of support? When we created the instrument and when we created the investment strategy, we didn't want to overlook any beneficiaries, any potential investors. But among the beneficiaries, well, the majority of them are local authorities or various associations of municipalities, research and development institutions, cultural institutions, also private entrepreneurs, private investors. There are also municipal associations that execute various investments. They carry out various investments as the local authorities. What's the implementation period? It started in the second quarter of 2024. And we're planning to end this towards the end of the third quarter of 2026. The budget is 8.9 billion euros. It's close to 40 billion zlotys. This is the biggest lending instrument when it comes to the National Recovery Plan. I'd also like to encourage you to take a look at our investment strategy online. What types of projects are to be supported from the Green Urban Transformation Instrument? You can see those types in the slide here, but there are two main types of projects. One type concerns projects that are closely connected with making cities greener. So these are green projects. And the other type concerns energy transformation, energy transition. One of the types is the development of scattered power industry, supporting energy clusters and energy cooperatives. We also like to support zero-emission public transportation, but I'll move on to that later. But when it comes to those green projects, the type 1 I mentioned, this concerns, for example, extending, increasing green spaces, increasing biodiversity in urban areas. And these projects will be among those that will be supported from the instrument. What projects can't be supported, can't receive help from the instrument? For instance, those that are connected with tree felling. We, of course, know that there are trees that no longer contribute to climate change mitigation. Then it is possible, tree felling is possible, but then the enterprise carrying out such project must replant the tree in another location. Requirements for projects, they should stem from local regional strategy documents prepared by the local authorities. These can be development strategies, low emission plans, etc. We allow a lot of those strategic documents so that we don't overlook any beneficiaries. Of course, the projects have to promote adaptation to climate change, and they have to comply with the requirements of the Do No Significant Harm guideline. Eligibility, this is covered on our website and on the website of BGK. There you can find it, all the formal requirements, eligibility criteria, etc. The recruitment is open and continuous. In April this year, we signed an agreement with Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego for the implementation of the instrument. And from that day, you can file an application. We also have the deadlines. First of all, August 31st, 2026 is the deadline for the conclusion of the loan agreement. Then loan disbursement until December 31st, 2027. We're planning to extend this date as the completion of the projects will be possible until December 31st, 2030. Of course, we know that each project has a schedule. They have a timeline. It all depends on the type of the project. And we know that we'd like to work in tranches. So that so that we have projects that are continued, that can be carried out with the support of our funds. Together with the bank, we agreed that we need a little bit more control on the execution of those investments. Loans will be granted to finance projects as long as the project has not started before February 1st, 2020. These can be completed projects. Then we can provide refinancing. We have refinancing options.
Spotykamy się właśnie z tego typu.
We very often have those projects where municipal companies, local authorities, they come to us to ask for decreasing their debts.
Of course, it is in Polish. What the minimum is 2 million, the maximum is 500 million. Our experience shows that we want to eliminate the top limit because there are packages for higher programs, especially from big cities. the loan ability is for 100% net cost. It is a non-eligible, and the repayment period is up to 20 years. There is a grace period is possible. It is 24 months, and there's no requirement when it comes to the issues of installments, whether they're supposed to be same installments, the decreasing trend, increasing trend, after an analysis of individual entrepreneur or unit. The bank will negotiate the repayment period and the installment rate. There's of course no provision on the loan, so the loan fees. Naturally, there is a little bit of the parameters of loans because it is subdivided into the interest due to the type of beneficiaries and projects. If after the implementation the project does not generate savings or income, so then the interest is 0%, and at the end it is possible to write off 5% of the capital issue. If there is profit generated, then there is no 1% interest, but there is no potential of a write-off. When it comes to commercial units and entities such as companies, then the interest is rather beneficial because it is at the level of at the reference rate, less 1 percentage point, and here is also no potential of capital write-off. When you see that the current market conditions and the reference rate for the bank and the provision of commercial banks, those rates are very interesting when it comes to the operating of the entrepreneurs. Here you have the implementation state. It is as of the 13th of September. I have data of 17th of September. We have almost like 280 applications. The value is heading towards 1.5 billion. 8 agreements for total like 47 million have been signed. So this is speeding up. After 2 months, we have almost 1.5 billion. So quite a speed and interest from the business entities and local governments as well. You have examples of the initial projects which are completed projects. So refinancing of the loan has already taken place. So it is the Kielce district. It was refinancing for water pipes and sewage system in a broad scope. When it comes to Zachodniopomorskie province, they purchased no emission vehicles. So it is not only public transport was here purchased by the local government, but also special vehicles for municipal management. So that's on my part. I know I exceeded the time frame, so thank you very much for your attention. I welcome you to visit our sites with regards to the instruments and BGK to learn the parameters of the loans. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, and really congratulations for the speed, meaning in 2 months only that you are reaching already that levels, but of course, meaning there is so much money still to be absorbed, so you have to speed up, but yeah, yes. Congratulations. Now we have time for a couple of questions. If there are some questions in the room, please do not hesitate. Questions to Mr. Robert Dziedzgła on the implementation, or any tips or advice how to come to him, or on InvestEU, Sustainability Finance Framework? Nothing yet? You're eager to continue. Anything, Julia, online for the moment? There is a question? There is a question? Okay, I'll check. Is there on the screen? John, it's for you.
Thank you very much. So indeed, we are talking, I suppose the question concerns, for example, the taxonomy, right? Because if it's for me,
yeah, if it's for you, it's for taxonomy,
yeah,
of course.
Exactly. So I mean, the taxonomy applies to actually companies EU companies, but active not only in the EU, but also active outside the EU. So, for example, let's say an EU-based group can also use the taxonomy indeed to indicate that they have taxonomy-aligned activities. So I would say if you are a subsidiary of a European company, then yes, indeed, the taxonomy can apply. But in addition to that application that is foreseen in the taxonomy regulation, all companies can, for example, voluntarily apply the taxonomy and report that their activities or their energy activities are conducted in accordance with the taxonomy. So that is information that can indeed encourage certain investors to invest in your company.
Thank you.
To compliment?
Joanna, anything to compliment? No. Okay, because we started slightly late in the morning, so I'm trying now to speed up to be back on the program. Thank you very much, Joanna and Mr. Dzieczba. Now I would like... Now we are moving to part of the program that is really on the implementation, and it's called Transition Finance in Practice, Investor Sustainability Guarantee and Green Gateway. I would like to call now to the floor first Mr. Kamil Pruchnik. He is Senior Officer at the European Investment Fund. Then I would like to invite also Mr. Frank Lee. He's Head of Finance Intermediary Advisory Division at the European Investment Bank. And of course, I would like to invite Mr. Marek Szczepanski. He's Director of Ecological Program Department at BOS Bank here in Poland. But first, we will start with colleague Kamil Pruchnik from the European Investment Fund to explain you actually the implementation. Astrid first in the previous presentation told you about the InvestEU Sustainability Guarantee, and that implementing partner for us is the European Investment Bank Group with subsidiary European Investment Fund. So now Kamil will you, in Polish of course, lead you through the implementation, how they do it, and with some real case examples here in Poland. Please, Kamil.
So, can you hear me? Sorry for that. All right, great. Fantastic. So I switch to Polish. Na samym początku chciałem bardzo
I would like to thank the organizers for preparation of this event. I would like to thank you for arriving here to see what the EU has prepared together with the EU institutions to support and the national institutions to support this difficult green transition. I don't know about you, but after the first session, I feel like I'm overburdened with information on the green ambitions and information. For the needs of this presentation, we have several slides I shall go through, but I would like to take the opportunity of this event to talk not just about how the European Investment Fund supports green transition, but also a couple of things about what the European Investment Fund is. I really like the comparison that the previous president of the investment bank said, Mr. Hoyer, who during one of the annual presentations of reporting of the EIB, he said that the EIB is a tanker which is supposed to head towards this direction, and EIF is like a speedboat. So we are trying to be this faster, more flexible arm or leg within this group. So what we deal here with as an European Investment Fund is not only, but mainly supporting the access of financing for SMEs, which we understand as a company with less than 50 million turnover or less than 250 people employed on a permanent basis. And it's not a branch of an organization like Coca-Cola. So it is really a small, medium-sized company. So we support them in an indirect way. We cooperate with financing companies, leasing, factoring, investment funds, along companies of fintechs where through supporting them through our equity instruments, which is direct investment in such financing intermediaries, or through a group of security tools or guarantee products, we try to make it easier for the intermediaries, so the offer is on the better conditions for SMEs. For example, on the guarantee part in Poland, we have many years of cooperation with Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, and on the basis of our guarantee instruments, it offers its own guarantee instruments. The latest would be InvestMax, the guarantee offered by the Polish Development Bank, Polski Bank Rozwoju, the leasing companies. We signed an PKO leasing agreement, and historically, when it comes to security funds, we also signed CDI. Now we in talks with 6 commercial banks, with fintech companies which would like to use our companies. I would like to thank for cooperation as Association of Polish Banks and Contact Banks, which allows us to reach to various institutions. How we understand sustainable debt financing, we offer a variety of guarantees, as we have said, as we've heard it here, which just support debt financing, competitive funding from the creative culture segments, social enterprises, but also the sustainable financing. I'm talking about sustainable, not green financing, because we perceive it in a slightly different manner. Just in a nutshell, such a guarantee is offered for SMEs where the bank or the financing entity decides whether the guarantee is to be at the level of 30, 35, 62 or 70%. It's always the choice of the financing entity, and they perform their own assessment, and we trust that they did it in the best possible manner. The idea of the European Investment Fund operation is that we believe that the private commercial financing intermediaries are the best at choosing, and we are trying to assist them slightly soon. If the intermediary chooses between 30 and 70% of guarantee per each debt financing, as long as such guarantee is to support green financing, then it could be activated. How we understand what green financing is and sustainable financing, and who can use such sustainable financing. As I have mentioned, they are mainly SMEs, and also a novelty for the European Investment Fund is that from this mandate, we also support housing cooperatives and private physical persons when it comes to construction. On this website, on this slide, we have main interpretations or the buckets of how we understand sustainable finances, like climate adoption, climate mitigation, which would be circular economy, sustainable and enterprises, natural resources, biodiversity, agriculture, and accessibility.
This is again a similar slide, but what I'm aiming at is this. And here I'd like to ask my friend Lionel to go to our website. And what you can see here, this is publicly available on our website. This is the Sustainability Guarantee Use Case document. It's a document that presents in detail how the EIF, inspired by EU taxonomy, this is the phrase we've been using, EU taxonomy inspired, not EU taxonomy aligned. This document describes the understanding of a sustainable company and sustainable financing. And this document is a good example of, it's 60-something pages long.
Firmą.
Going through this as an SME or bank, when we're thinking about using sustainable financing, going through the document is a bit difficult. It requires time and energy to be able to do that. And so that it can be absorbed more easily, more readily, the EIF created a separate tool that we will show you in a moment. Lionel, could you go to our website? This is a tool that's available online. And this tool, on the basis of that PDF document that you have just seen, shows in an interactive way how a bank, for instance, how a bank can check, can verify whether an SME can use the financing, whether it is eligible, or an SME can see whether they are eligible here, whether they're green enough, for instance. We can now start an example assessment. Let's say we're talking about a natural person or a housing association. Let's move on.
Kredyt dla jakiejś
Let's say we're providing a loan for a housing association, or a housing association wonders if they are eligible. Then when you click through the tool online, you can see a whole list of various investments that, according to the definition adopted by the EIF, are eligible for this type of support. Let's choose photovoltaic systems. For instance, if such housing association wants to do something about a photovoltaic system, or a bank processes such application and they wonder whether this is in line of what EIF can provide financing for, then this page where you can put various parameters of such investment will show you whether the project is eligible, whether you need certain invoices, whether you need certain documents to prove that this investment is eligible in accordance with what we understand as by green financing.
Jestem analitykiem w jakimś banku.
Now let's assume we're an analyst working in a bank. And as this analyst, I'm wondering whether the company can be qualified as sustainable or green, a sustainable enterprise. Let's click this one. And now we can see how the EIF understands a sustainable company. What is a sustainable company? We have 6 various definitions. You can click on price and public support. This is one of them. So the prizes that a given company can get in various competitions organized by chambers, European institutions, etc. And if such company gets a prize from one of these bodies that are listed here, then automatically it's treated as a company that is sustainable. What is important is that this is a closed list of prizes. So for instance, you can have a competition in Ravich and they say that this is the greenest company on earth. This won't work. You have to get a prize from one of these bodies listed here. Lionel, let's go back. We're going back to the main page.
Jest ostatni przykład, który chcę pokazać.
And the last example I'd like to share with you is about sustainable investments. And now let's assume that we're a company that's not yet green, not yet sustainable, but it wants to do something that is considered sustainable. It wants to invest in sustainability, because we also want to encourage companies to do that. We not only want to promote what's already green or sustainable, we want to support the process of transition, green transition. One thing I would particularly like to show you
ale również wchodzi w
that goes a little bit beyond the green aspect we're discussing here, or the sustainability we're discussing here. It's something that's down the page. Let's scroll down.
Green. This one, 3.1.
This is 3.1. I think this is very important, especially in these days. As you may well know, we're now experiencing severe floods, tragic floods in Poland.
Chcę z premedytacją to wykorzystać.
And one of the investments listed here, and I want to show you this in particular to show you how wide is the understanding of sustainable development. One of the investments that could get support of the EIF is an investment aimed to reduce climate vulnerabilities in agriculture. Please click on that one, and here you can see what is eligible.
Drought, flood.
Let's highlight drought, flood, etc. This is point 1.
Czyli tutaj my wychodzimy nie tylko w to, że coś jest zieloną.
Here,
Słoneczne.
it's not only about being a green company, installing solar panels. It's also about building climate resilience. So the interpretation we're using is quite broad. And I believe that especially in areas and regions that in the future will inevitably experience various changes in climate, we can see the tragic consequences of those. This instrument now allows us to support debt financing for projects that are to provide resilience to these types of changes. Lionel, thank you. Let's go back to our slides.
Takie 3 przykłady tego, że
So these were the 3 examples I wanted to show you to illustrate the broad understanding of these concepts. Of course, you need to become well acquainted with the terms and conditions here.
która pokazuje, w jaki sposób właśnie ten use case działa.
This is the part of presentation that shows you how the tool is working, but we've showed you this just now. And the last thing I'd like to stress is that we're offering a guarantee instrument that is to support debt financing for sustainable investments. But there is also a possibility to combine this product with other instruments that are to support development and growth. Let me give you an example. We can have financing
rozwoju, EBRD, albo
where we have a bank that gets from a development agency some kind of debt financing, and that from that the bank gives a loan to an SME. This loan can use our guarantee. So what I'm trying to show you is that financial intermediaries that have access to the funding that's supported by various international institutions, those intermediaries can also combine their financing with our guarantee.
Kapitału. Ja wyczerpałem swój temat.
I believe I've talked enough. I've spoken enough on this subject, and now I'd like to just thank you for your attention and invite you to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Camille, for interesting presentation, but also for everyone to know, Lionel, he's not his virtual assistant, some virtual or a banker. Lionel is actually there, our technical team, and he learned about this website, I guess, just a minute before the event. So this shows that the tool that they were now showing, it's really user-friendly. If Lionel managed now to scroll through, that's basically the purpose of the tool. And frankly, from the EIB, he will present you now the tool and in more details what the European Investment Bank advisory under the InvestEU has been doing. But yeah, well done, Lionel. Frank, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, I think we need to go a bit forward.
Sorry for that.
That's okay. In fact, Camille has actually covered a big part of my presentation, so it'll be shorter than than expected, which is good news. So yes, good morning also from my side. I, as you see, work for the advisory services of the European Investment Bank, and in fact, we also work a lot with our colleagues in the European Investment Fund, as you'll hear about in a second. So in a way, we are a group advisory service. And a lot of our activity is funded under the InvestEU Advisory Hub, which is a part of the overall InvestEU package that was mentioned this morning by my colleagues from the Commission. Right, let's move on. So today I wanted to talk a little bit about this advisory package or platform, initiative, whatever you want to call it. It's something we call the Green Gateway. And it was a program that we actually started already, in fact, under the previous version of InvestEU, which was the so-called Juncker Plan, the European Fund for Strategic Investment, where we also had an advisory mandate. And it was actually something that we started to develop at the request of the Commission. I think it was actually DG FISMA, in fact, originally. Realizing that with the introduction of the taxonomy and the relative complication of understanding how it is to be applied, that and a lot of this financing, as was mentioned earlier, is going to smaller projects and SMEs and others that obviously have even more challenges in understanding the requirements of the taxonomy, as you heard this morning. The idea was to create something that we could help our intermediaries, both on the EIB and on the EIF side, the intermediaries that we work with under InvestEU, but also actually all intermediaries that are channeling our funding across the group, including our regular EIB lending to banks. The idea is that we would need to help these intermediaries understand the eligibilities of our funding that are green, and to some extent make an assessment of the impact of what they're financing, whether it's in terms of energy savings or carbon reduction, for example. So we started a challenging exercise of developing a program which consists of bilateral advisory support. So this is where we actually work with one bank at a time. Some banks that have come to us asking us for very specific advisory support linked to the green criteria. For example, training of their staff on what the taxonomy is about, how to understand the eligibilities of the EIB or the EIF. They may be, as a bank, developing a new product, wanting some support in understanding the market demand, for example. You'll hear from Marek in a second, who actually benefited from one of these programs. So Bosch Bank was one of the intermediaries that we worked with, as an example. But the other component of what we do, which is actually a far bigger component, is all these online tools that we have developed, including the one that Camille showed you here, which was the Sustainability Guarantee tool. And we also, as I will mention in a moment, we also have something called the Green Checker, which is pretty much the same thing, but it's more directly linked to EIB lending as opposed to the EIF guarantees under InvestEU. But not only do we have these checker tools, we also have now a lot of webinars where we do online training and awareness raising to bigger groups of banks collectively. We also are doing e-learning programs, and we're developing modules in various subsectors, for example, agriculture or energy efficiency in buildings. I'll mention this in a second. So this is the bilateral support, a snapshot of actually all the banks that we have already worked with or are working with across the EU. And you can see that we have a relatively good coverage. We're just missing a couple of banks in Germany, but they're coming, as well as in the Netherlands. But we are working, as you can see, and we have worked with actually quite a number of banks and leasing companies in Poland, including EFL, Pekao, Santander, Bosch, and BNP Polska. So, in fact, a lot of our lending is already going into green activities, and of course we're hoping as well that on the EIF side there will soon be some sustainability guarantees coming through as well. And it's essentially mobilizing quite a lot of money, as you can see, around 7 billion of lending or guaranteed operations that are going either 100% or at least partly in the financing of green activities. This is one example of what we did. In this case, a bank in Spain that came to us also for bilateral support. This bank is actually working with EIB on an EIB group, in fact, on a number of different products, including the sustainability guarantee, but also in regular lending. And as you can see, these are the sorts of things that we help them with. And these were the sorts of demands and needs that they had, which is very common. We actually see across many banks that talk to us directly. And this is why we have developed these online programs, because we see that the demands and the requests are often very similar. And rather than doing this one bank at a time, we're now developing ways in which we can actually reach out to bigger groups of banks together. So these are the online tools that Camille presented, the one that's in the middle, called the EIF Sustainability Guarantee Tool. And the predecessor of that tool was something called the EIB Green Eligibility Checker, which is the one on the left. As you can see, the pictures look quite similar, but not exactly the same. And in fact, if you go into the tools, they work in slightly different ways, but they are based on the same underlying format and data sets. And I mentioned data sets because, in fact, and these tools, by the way, took us about 4 years to develop. They're relatively sophisticated in some criteria, because as I was mentioning before, the tools not only check whether the project is eligible or whether the enterprise is eligible, but it also, in some cases, gives you an immediate idea of what the impact of that particular investment is. So as you were seeing in the tool, if you were doing solar panels, for example, there are a range of questions that are being asked about the project. How big is the solar panels that you're implementing, for example? What kind of solar panels are you implementing? How efficient are they? Where is your project? Because in fact, the impact of solar panels in some parts of Europe is far more effective and efficient than in other parts of Europe. So these questions are very important for us to actually give you almost as accurate as possible assessment of the likely impact in terms of energy savings or carbon reduction that that project is likely to achieve. And we as EIB rely on that tool and the outputs of that tool to say that the project is eligible and that the impacts that are shown to you by the tool are actually the ones that you report back to us as a bank. So the tool actually also has an output mechanism, not only a PDF report, but actually a tool in which the banks can actually download all of this information into their own reporting system, and this information is reported back to us, for example, and back to the Commission. So it is a relatively powerful tool, and a lot happens in the background, and that's why, as Ulla was saying, our idea was to make it user-friendly, easy to understand, but as I say, quite a lot going on in the background. And the final tool is the one that you see all the way out to the right, and this is linked to those equity instruments that my colleague from the Commission was mentioning earlier, also under InvestEU and implemented by the EIF, more in new technologies, new developments. And in this case, the tool works in a very different way. When it comes to new technologies, we do not really have a database to determine accurately what the impact, for example, of certain investments will be, because by nature, we're talking about new technologies where we actually don't know enough data. We don't have enough data around how the impact might be of particular investments. So the tool works more in terms of determining what's eligible and what's not. I encourage you obviously to look at all of these. This is online, it's open access. You don't have to sign up to anything. You can just simply go onto the Green Gateway website of the EIB. You can either go onto the EIF website that was shown to you now to see the sustainability guarantee, but we also have the Green Checker tool and the Green Guide for fund managers. Easy to access, and you can test it for yourself and see how it works. This is just a quick snapshot of all the measures that are actually covered in the green checker. Very similar, as I said, to the tool that was presented by Camille here. Number of subsectors ranging from renewable energy interventions, energy efficiency interventions, manufacturing efficiencies, agriculture and bioeconomy, as was mentioned as well. Also smaller scale transport projects. So quite a large range of subsectors. Obviously, this is mainly focused on the climate mitigation and climate adaptation areas of the taxonomy, but not only. And indeed, a lot of our agricultural measures are not even in the taxonomy yet. But these are things that we still consider to be environmentally sustainable. And we're adding features every day. In fact, we started the tool with 40, and I think today we have close to 50 sub-measures, and we will be adding more and more as the taxonomy develops and as the need from our intermediaries also comes through. It's important that we try to develop the tool to cater for their needs as well. Just to say that the tool is also available in Polish. We also have it in 5 other languages, but we also understood that the Polish demand would be quite large, so we have developed the tool also in the Polish language. I won't cover this because this was covered actually by Camille. Just to say that the key difference between the Sustainability Guarantee tool and the Green Checker, as the name implies, the one tool it talks about sustainable criteria, and the other one is green. And sustainable includes green, but goes slightly beyond, particularly when we talk about certain types of enterprises. This was also mentioned earlier this morning by my colleagues from the Commission. Certain activities of enterprises are definitely on their way towards being green. They are sustainable. We want to support them. We can call them transition finance or whatever term we would like to use, but they are the sorts of things that we want to support, and that's what we're doing together with our colleagues in the European Investment Fund. But they're not green. But that doesn't really matter, does it? we should be doing all of this stuff, and indeed we are. So the tool, the Sustainability Guarantee tool, looks a lot into these enterprise criteria, as you will notice if you actually use the tool. Almost finished. So this is just an idea of the types of these online trainings and webinars that we deliver. This is one that we did also for EIF intermediaries, for example, a few weeks or months ago, rather. Here you can see that we were talking in depth around energy efficiency in buildings and also renewable energy. These webinars lasted 1 hour, 1 hour and a half. We go into lots of details on very specific projects so that banks that we work with have a really hands-on understanding of what it is that we're talking about and trying to apply this in practice. Here's another one which is actually linked to the EIB intermediaries. We did a presentation and an online webinar linked to the Green Checker and how to use it, for example. But perhaps more importantly, we have 2 coming up. In fact, one tomorrow on the taxonomy for our banks. We have 536 registered participants who will come online and hear about our interpretation of the taxonomy. We're doing it together with our Commission colleagues. But then perhaps more importantly, next Friday, we will be presenting and doing a webinar on the EIF Sustainability Guarantee tool, which Camille did for you. So you've had a preview. If you want to know more and want to see more, sign up. Unfortunately, that one will be in English. But it will also be recorded and will be available on the website as are all our webinars. So if you don't actually attend on the day, you can still see all of this stuff online if you want. Finally, we're also doing a webinar in Romania towards the end of the year, focusing on, again, 2 very specific subsectors, agricultural and buildings, where the Romanian banks are also using the member state compartment of the InvestEU. So a lot of demand there. The webinar will be in Romanian, of course. So just some examples of what's coming up. And I think that's it. I'll stop. Thank you very much. And this is not Marek, is it?
This is not Marek, yeah. Sorry, Marek. The photo is wrong. But before we give the floor to Mr. Marek Szczepański with the right picture on the stage, we will actually show you a video of the of EIF sustainability guarantee. That's what's prepared by Frank's team. So first the video, and then Marek will give the word to you.
We need to close the tap on plastic pollution.
How can it be that lettuce is traveling more than a human being?
We can already see the impacts that global warming and climate change are having, and that's only going to get worse.
We really wanted that to be as sustainable as possible.
The EU support has gotten us from a concept, an idea on a piece of paper, to a working product.
It is very important for us to leave the planet as a better place for our children.
We are moving the industry to more sustainability, more productivity and safety.
I believe that it's possible to tackle the issues if we hurry up and get on with it, and that requires innovation. It requires new technologies.
Actually, it was not the right video, but no problem. Lionel before explained it with Camille, so it's fine. Well, you will you will have the link to the videos on our website, so no problem. But there was enough of presentation, I think, on the Green Gateway and Sustainability Guarantee tool. So now, really, Mr. Marek Szczepański, Director of Ecological Program Department, Bosch Bank. Now, if you can please explain about your bank, but most importantly about the services that you actually already used and then I hope profited some from what Frank Lee's team offered, and the bank basically is now greener, if I can say so. Please, Mr. Szczepański.
Thank you. Congratulations. It's not very easy to pronounce my family name. I switch to Polish. To zdjęcie to nie byłem ja. To był Mateusz Olszak.
This picture, it wasn't me, it was Mateusz Olczak, who's gonna be here in a minute. He's younger and he's with a tie. So these are the basic differences. Since I have a tendency to speak too fast, if I speak too fast, please let me know so our interpreters have a chance to do it. I promise I won't take long because we've exceeded the time a bit. And secondly, many things have already been said. As Ula has said, I run the ecological programs department. We are responsible for all public funds, EU and national funds, which get to the bank in order to make our offer more attractive for our customers. Let me start with very brief info, what makes us stand out from other banks, the distinguishing feature that I'll tell you about our cooperation with national and EU institutions. And finally, why we are one of the banks which applied for the Guarantee Invest EU. The Bosch Bank is a relatively small bank. We're not like the big banks. We are smaller from the point of view of the capital amounts and balance sales levels. We are a bank which is specialized in financing the eco investments. We've been doing it for over 3 decades. And what is the distinguishing feature for us, the ownership structure. We are, like other banks, listed on the Warsaw Stock Exchange, but our majority shareholders are public institutions, the National Environment Protection and Water Management System,
która odpowiada za finansowanie ochrony środowiska i inwestycji proekologicznych w Polsce, oraz Lasy Państwowe, spółka, która, jak sama nazwa wskazuje, odpowiada za lasy. Ta struktura własnościowa mocno wpływa na to, jak wygląda nasza...
And this structure, ownership structure, is in a way responsible for our aims and the products we're offering and to whom we're offering them. Of course, you know the ESG term, and Bosch Bank operates in a responsible manner. It has been operating in a responsible manner for a long time now. I won't get into a lot of detail here because I'd like to save some time, and also this presentation will be made available to you after today's event. But I'd like to draw your attention to one element, which is financing environmental project and monitoring the environmental effects of investments. This is connected with our ownership structure. So the monitoring part is very important to us. I will speak a little bit more about that later on, about how we monitor the investments we're financing.
Z naszego departamentu.
The colleagues from our department of the taxonomy, they don't want us to use the phrase green financing or eco-financing so that we're not perceived as greenwashers. So I'll refer to sustainable financing.
Banków kilka elementów.
Ladies and gentlemen, what makes us stand out among other banks is that we're operating in an ecosystem of public institutions that are financing investments in energy efficiency, decarbonization, etc.
Także współpracujemy z wojewódzkimi.
We are cooperating not only with the national and regional funds for environmental protection and water management, but we're also cooperating with Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, with the European Investment Bank and other institutions that work to improve energy efficiency in Poland. Another element that makes us stand out is the expertise we have. We've been working with environmental engineers for many years now, and these are people working in all our business centers in the entire Poland, and their task is to help our clients to structure their investments. Their task is to tell them which investments are optimal, and they also work in the area of investment eligibility. They can help in assessing whether an investment is eligible or not when it comes to sustainable development. Grzegorz mentioned that the European Investment Bank is the Green Bank of Europe. He said the EIB aim is to reach the target of 50% when it comes to green financing. We have a similar aim. Right now, it's 41% of green assets in our portfolio, and our aim is to reach 50%, because after all, we're a bank that's focused and will be focused on the investment of environmentally friendly investments. We have our brand, that's the green brand. We have the green color that we're using all across the board, and we're dealing with the protection of the environment. We also have a strong presence when it comes to issuing green bonds. This is a slide that was prepared by my colleagues from the strategy department. I like it because, well, not only because it's very colorful, but because it shows very clearly what effects, what results we managed to achieve in the past 30 years, owing to our support. That was on the level of above 27 billion zlotys allocated to green investments. For instance, we invested in building sewage treatment plants. And just to give you one example, the capacity of the sewage treatment plants are 5 times as big as the capacity of the biggest sewage treatment plant in Poland, the Czajka plant. Then again, we worked in the area of waste disposal, raw materials, recovery of raw materials. We also worked in the area of emission reduction. Why am I showing you this slide? We are monitoring the results of the investments we're financing. This is why I want to show this to you. This is something that distinguishes us among other institutions. We're publishing reports on the results of the effects of our financing.
Joanna Sikora mówiła już.
Joanna Sikora has already spoken about the EU taxonomy, so I won't get into that issue in detail, but I'd like to refer to what Frank Lee said about Green Checker and the assessment of eligibility. We're a specialist bank, and for many years we've been operating in line with an internal procedure, internal methodology that qualifies the investments we're supporting. And we have 5 various categories. First one are investment products related to the implementation of environmental projects.
Inwestycje przedsiębiorstw.
For instance, if we're supporting an investment of company XYZ in increasing energy efficiency, for instance, in the area of upgrading equipment, then such investment falls into the first category. And this is in line with our internal principles, internal classification system. The second category are companies operating in the field of environmental protection. So we have municipal companies that deal with sewage treatment, for instance. Such companies fall into this category. These are the companies that operate in the field of environmental protection. The third category is financing, non-investment credit financing related to the implementation of environmental projects. So, for example, if a given investment needs financing for VAT, then the loan for VAT connected with carrying out an environmental project is in line with our own principles, is an environmental transaction, and it falls into the third category here. Then we've got dedicated products for individuals. For instance, loans for a thermal upgrade of a residential building. Projects in increasing energy efficiency, heat pumps, etc., etc. These are our internal rules, our internal classification system. We're using this for many years. We've been using this for many years.
Bardzo dobrze zasady.
And we also operate in accordance with the rules from the Green Checker, but we have our own rules. And that's why we're not using those from the Green Checker. But I'm in awe when it comes to what's already been done, and I'm very much amazed at how the tool has been developed and the support that we got from the advisory hub. Not only concerned the Green Checker tool, but it was a very specific support in terms of the EU taxonomy, the rules for creating environmental products. And I'd like to encourage colleagues from other banks to use this advisory support. This is something that helped us in Bosch Bank a lot. And our cooperation with the EIB is also about using additional credit lines. This is something that, again, makes us stand out, because as far as I remember, only 2 or 3 banks in Poland use the ELENA program. That's an advisory program. We're using the ELENA grant as well. And that's why we can offer to our clients not only environmental loans, but in some cases, we can provide financing for gathering documentation that is necessary to execute these projects. This is a very important value for our clients. We're cooperating very intensely with Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, and that's why I knew that in the photograph there, it was Mateusz Orszak. We're participating in practically all guarantee programs carried out by Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego. Also, InvestMax, that was mentioned by Kamil, it has a guarantee from the EIF. We're using the funds from Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego when it comes to pro-environmental investments and projects. And I'm a big fan of one of the programs that fall into the cohesion policy support.
Slower or should I finish?
No,
slower. Thank you. Okay. To był dobry start, ale potem się...
We had a good start, but I am speeding up.
Program FENG, Fundusz Europejskiej Nowoczesnej Gospodarki, jest...
FENG program is, in my opinion, a great example of how the public sector can cooperate with commercial banks. We, as banks, were offering loans, but the role of Banku Gospodarstwa Krajowego, or the Polish Development Bank, is to increase the attractiveness of those loans with the use of EU funds. And I'm now looking at the director now. I'm sure that they will try to convince the public administration to take part in these programs, because this gives us a chance to do what Astrid mentioned at the beginning. We have no chance to finance everything from the public funds, from state funds. So combining the funds that come from are state-owned and that come from banks is something that is reasonable and also natural. We're also providing additional payments to the leasing of zero-emission cars. I won't get into details here. I'm moving on to the last slide, the final slide. And after what has been said, you might already know why we, the Bosch Bank, applied for the InvestEU Sustainability Guarantee. First of all, it was because we're using external funds to make our offer more attractive to our customers, our clients. Secondly, we value our cooperation with the EIB group. We haven't yet cooperated with the EIF, and we want to do so. We want to cooperate with them. And thirdly, I've also mentioned that we're using a guarantee from Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego. This is something that's an addition.
Nadzieję, że tak będzie.
And
Kamil pokazywał...
I'll digress now. It was Frank Lee, I believe, who showed a slide that showed us 4 Polish banks, and there in the red, there were the banks that already have the InvestEU guarantee. Hopefully, Bosch Bank will be among them very soon.
Yes, we filed an application, and we hope that it's going to be approved soon. And if that happens, and I'm hoping for it, it will be thanks to not just my team, but Kamil helped us a lot, and Arkadiusz Lewicki, because you helped us a lot in the preparation works. I promised I wouldn't take too long, and I haven't kept my word, but that's it for me. Thank you very much for your attention, and I do hope that you might have some questions.
Yes, when we have the next event, basically you can then present both sides, the EIF Sustainability Guarantee and also how you use the EIB Green Gateway Advisory. And as we had before, not the right video, now if you allow us 2.5 minutes for the right video. Thank you.
In Europe's bid to become carbon neutral by 2050, small enterprises as well as natural persons need to be at the heart of the green and sustainable transition. Sustainable financing must be made available to support and accelerate the significant investments required. Thanks to the EIF InvestEU Sustainability Guarantee, financing for sustainable enterprises and green investment is made available through financial intermediaries selected by the EIF. But how can you find out what type of investment or financing is eligible for support under the EIF InvestEU Sustainability Guarantee? The EIF InvestEU Sustainability Guarantee tool is a new online resource developed by the EIB Group under the European Investment Advisory Hub that helps you assess the eligibility of your financing operation. It also estimates the climate impact of investments that generate energy savings, CO2 emission cuts, and more, and assists financial intermediaries in their reporting to the EIF. So, how does it work? Let's begin. Click on Start Assessment. Select one of the two options. We will choose SME Small Mid-Cap to assess whether the enterprise complies with the Sustainable Enterprise criteria or whether a specific investment complies with the Sustainable Investment criteria. If you click on Sustainable Investment, you have to specify a country. It is now time to select the investment measure to be financed. Let's select Wall Insulation. You will see that some measures have the calculator icon. It means that for this measure, the tool will make the eligibility and impact assessment based on the data you provide. Take a moment to fill out all the information. If you do not have the exact figures, you can use the predefined standard values. You will see the eligibility status appear, as well as the estimated impact potential of your investment. When the investment does not meet the requirements, you will see the ineligible status in red. Now click Done. In the assessment summary, you can add or edit investments, include additional information, or conclude the overall assessment to download the PDF or XLS summary. Find out if your project is eligible under the EIF InvestEU Sustainability Guarantee. The answer is only a few clicks away. Get started today. Visit sustainabilityguarantee.eif.org.
So thank you very much for showing the right video, and you see now it's really easy and user-friendly, and that's the whole point of it. And once actually Frank said at the previous event we had in Madrid that there are different shades of green, and I think that's the whole point now, that we are trying to support different projects. Thank you very much, Camille, Frank, and Mr. Szczepański. But please stay with me. Don't leave the stage yet, because the next speaker from the EBRD, he's actually online, so that I'm not all alone on the stage, and that we are not losing time. Allow me to introduce Mr. Robert Adamczyk. He's head of energy sector team at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. He is today in Brussels, actually, at the board of EFRAG. EFRAG you heard many times before, but Mr. Robert Adamczyk, just because we are late and I want that you are now with us, we have a couple of questions that we received still for the previous speakers. If you allow us, that you're with us, but that you just hear the previous questions, because I think that some questions might be also relevant for you. But the first two, I was told by the team that they would be for Joanna on taxonomy. And in some slides that I saw from Mr. Robert Adamczyk, he wanted initially to refer to taxonomy, but that you hear the explanation that is also provided here, so that we will skip then those slides of yours. So please, Joanna, you will see the question on the screen.
Dziękuję bardzo. Jeśli chodzi o pierwsze pytanie.
When it comes to the first question,
Czy teraz działa mikrofon? Tak, okay.
The microphone works. Now, when it comes to the first question, I have good news. I understand we are talking about FAQs, which were published towards the end of last year, and they were on financial companies and how they report against the taxonomy.
Jeśli chodzi o te FAQ,
when it comes to those FAQs, they should be published soon, because we've received explanation and translation to various languages, so it's being verified, so it's a matter of weeks. The second question about companies whose parent companies is outside the EU, but the subsidiaries are in the EU.
In accordance with CSRD and also taxonomy, if indeed they are sufficiently big. So when the parent companies outside the EU are sufficiently large, and when the subsidiaries are in the EU, so are active companies in the EU, or when they are listed in the EU, then indeed they should be reporting in accordance with CSRD and also the taxonomy. So there are of course more detailed rules. So I mean there are rules concerning turnover, etc. that needs to be applied. But I think many companies with parent companies outside the EU, if they are sufficiently large or listed, they are covered by reporting. I hope that it helps a bit.
Thank you, Joanna. And the third question is actually for Camille, because it refers directly to you from the European Investment Fund. So if you can.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Yeah, great. So this is, I try to answer English.
Please.
Yeah, so Adam, thank you very much for that question. So not going into more details, I would invite you to review the tool that was, I think it was present in at least 4 different presentations today. So to take a look at the EIF sustainability tool, play with it, to be very honest, and click and see what is it that we offer there. There's some specific type of investments specifically targeting agriculture. And so there is things, the EIF has recognized that one of the key challenges for more sustainable world is that we need to reduce greenhouse emissions from the agriculture sector, and that this is very difficult. Farmers tend to have more difficult access to bank financing, so there's dedicated criteria for that. And how do we help? Well, we help in a way that if you, a bank, want to give a loan to farmers and you back it with our guarantee, if this is an uncapped guarantee, you as a bank, you need to offer cheaper price. This is mandatory for that specific instrument. But it's not just that. I'm going a little bit ahead of myself, but we also invest. There's funds where we invest into VC funds who invest into new technologies that are targeting reducing greenhouse emissions of food companies, and also supporting the the technological transformation of the equipment that is used by farmers.
Thank you very much. And now let's really move to the virtual stage with Robert Adamczyk waiting now for his presentation. Please.
Bardzo dziękuję, bardzo miło i pozdrawiam z Brukseli.
Thank you very much. I would like to say hello from Brussels.
Nie mogę być.
Unfortunately, I can't be with you on SPED, so we are EFRAG, where we had Helena Vines yesterday from the platform, where we are debating the taxonomy and how the standards are to be implemented when it comes to the EU regulations. I have several slides. Let me share them with you.
Proszę powiedzieć, czy one...
Please let me know if you can see the slides. Can you see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Więc jestem odpowiedzialny w...
I am responsible in the sustainable development and the environment sector for safeguards and assessment on social and environmental issues. Let me tell you a little bit about the bank, and I'll tell you why this sustainable development is so important and what we do from the point of investment. I was going to talk a bit more about taxonomy, but let me go through the slides. The first thing I wanted to start with is risk, environmental risk. Why we do that? We see what is happening in Lower Silesia, Dolny Śląsk, and a large part of Central Europe. So those events, which were supposed to occur once in a century, they become more and more frequent. The climate risk is significant. We see it from what most CEOs observe. There is, apart from war risk, the risk is significantly related to climate changes. The climate risk does affect us, and we can observe that it's nothing outside our awareness. It is happening right here and we're dealing with it today. When it comes to transition, there is EU program until 2050. We have 50 for 55, reaching 1.5 degree. Well, if we achieve that level, we don't know. The ambitious goals are there and they are necessary. From the point of view, what's necessary from Poland, the transition of our energy sector and the investments are huge. And it was prepared about 2 years ago, 155 million euros when it comes to energy transition until 2040. And these are significant, large amounts that we need to consider. When it comes to the sustainable finance platform, where we jointly with the EIB observe, we had a meeting last week. Next week we have next meeting on taxonomy. Those investments are very large in order to deliver the objectives. And the info on the taxonomy is available on the websites. It's important to see the needs, the total investment, how much we've got in total. We could say there is a huge gap. I would say the demand gap will have to be filled in with regards to private investment, and IBOR and EIB and Bosch and other bank will try to help. Couple of words about EBRD was established in 1991 in order to help with transition, with capital transition from the central planning to capitalist system. I think we did manage in Poland. We're one of the main investors back then. In other countries, maybe not so much. 70 countries are shareholders, including the US, but the EU with the entire Union and EIB, the European countries are the main core. We increased our investment. It was 10 billion. Now we'll have 14. In Poland, we observe sustainable investment, not just green investment, but how to assist the transition and how to help the private sector increase their share when it comes to capital transition. The bank also operates apart from Central Europe, Central Africa, Asia, Turkey. So we will be the main bank, which when a Ukrainian war ends, Ukraine a lot in Ukraine over, it was like 3 billion over the last 2 years. We shall support the existing clients when the need arises, and hopefully with a rebuilding of the country. But the transition has been in our DNA from very early on. We are entering the green transition, how to help the companies in the way and in the transition to more sustainable development, more green economy. As a bank, when we were established in 1991, back then, they already said that sustainable development is a part of our operations. And that's why we said we are one of the few banks which for the last 3 decades has had ESG in their DNA. All projects that we observe are to be green, but we use the use of process and taxonomy not as an entity. There is a bit of difference when it comes to the definition, but since we want to observe the transition and assist the companies with the transition finance, which is developed and how to approach it. And there was a lot of work on the taxonomy, how to prepare this transition climate.
All projects need to fulfill the requirements of the Paris Agreement. This is very important. We are checking, we are verifying the projects so that we're not investing in projects that are not compliant with the Paris Agreement, with EU targets. We have ESG aspects that are at the center of our policy, and we were always following the do no significant harm principle. This is also part of the taxonomy we discussed. That's a very important part of our policy that's been in place for over 30 years. In Poland, we are helping when it comes to various reforms. And for instance, when we discussed renewable energy sources. We've lobbied in favor of this transition. We're cooperating with the Ministry of Finance. We're creating a platform for sustainable development in Poland. Together with our colleagues, we're working to provide help and support to the Ministry of Finance. We want to help them in terms of the introduction of EU requirements.
Czy pomagamy?
We're preparing guidelines and we're helping to prepare green bonds. Wojtek Lewandowski is in charge of this particular area. And we're preparing the whole taxonomy. That's very important. When it comes to recommendations of the working group on green bonds, we've created a whole path. We've developed a whole path that's right now in the Ministry of Finance. And we have here all the representatives of the financial sector in Poland. We're wondering about how to create mechanisms to introduce sustainable finance and
incentives.
We're discussing creating incentives that would help to implement, to move forward the investments in sustainability. This is very important because each country needs to implement certain systems. We have the EU systems. There's the Invest EU program. We're part of that too. And what is very important, what's paramount, is to create mechanisms, is to provide trainings and advisory services to help in the transition. We also prepared ESG reporting guidelines together with the Warsaw Stock Exchange. This is a very important element of the whole process. Right now, we're in Brussels, and together with Piotr Bernacki, we're trying to help in creating new guidelines, new standards, so that they are practical from the point of view of the Polish industry, the SMEs, and what's crucial, we're discussing how to help implement the sustainable pathway, sustainable financing. We have the whole taxonomy. This has already been covered today. There's a whole set of guidelines. We have the needs that we know of. There's the reporting area. That's also an area we're working on. We're working to create the best practices for Poland. I won't get into detail when it comes to regulations. This has already been said. But one of the main aspects I'd like to stress is the double materiality. This is important from the point of view of the EU requirements, but it's also a part of what EBRD stood for. We always looked and investigated the risks, the various risks involved.
Wymagane w Polsce, raczej ta podwójna istota.
We believe that we should focus on double materiality. It's one of the bases in the whole reporting process, and that's the area where a lot of our work goes. Every enterprise goes through the process of assessing internal risks. This is something that's paramount to them and to their investors and stakeholders.
Raportowane. Więc taksonomię już nie przejdę.
The taxonomy, this has been covered. And now when we take a look at the EU requirements and targets, we see a strong focus on climate, but also nature. We're observing the need to disconnect from the gas that comes from Russia, but also to move away from coal. The situation when it comes to the demographic situation in Poland is a bit better due to the refugees that are living in Poland now, but we have some challenges. What's among the main targets of the EU is to leave no one behind. So we've developed a systemic approach so that the whole transition when it comes to financing is is feasible, and so that we can do that together. And I want to stress one thing. It's not our aim to make everything sustainable, everything green. That's why 50% of our investments are green, but some can't be green. It's as simple as that. And we need to be practical. We're having a lot of discussions on the platform or in EFRAG, and we're discussing the practicality concerns because we can't change everything. There's also the gender balance question. We have a requirement saying that we need to have 40% of women on executive boards. I believe it should be 50%. Why not 50?
Możliwości, ale potrzeb.
This will give us a lot of, will open up other possibilities. We need to have companies that are looking forward, companies that represent then their stakeholders in a reliable way.
Średniego wieku lub starszego wieku.
So hopefully we will have boards, we'll have panels that do not only have older middle-aged men, but panels that are more diverse. We need to represent all opinions and views when we're discussing matters like this one.
Pomaga razem z
EBRD, together with EIB and other institutions and sectors, we're helping in the transition, the move away from fossil fuels towards green investments, the transition when it comes to mechanisms that should be in place. We need those online tools we've been discussing. We need advisory services. This will be paramount. And more investors will take into consideration the percentage of green investment. The GRIR is quite low, and we want to increase it. This is also crucial. We know that, especially in Poland, we're operating on a low level here. So we're thinking how we can increase those investments, for instance, investments in wind power, etc. We should also move away from the greenwashing risk.
Za te 4 lata ich już nie będzie.
And
osiągniemy jest bardzo istotne.
What is most important is whether we reach our aims, our targets or not. We have a lot of investments in Poland that we should become acquainted with. Let's start with the Sustainable Investment Forum. I'd like to encourage you to take a look at that and to work together with them. This association helps professionals in the preparation of the best practices, good practices in Poland. Then there's the Forum of Responsible Business, Forum Odpowiedzialnego Biznesu.
Jest jednak jedno z głównych.
Then again, Chapter Zero Poland. We're also supporting them. They are to help boards help in their preparation to move towards greener investments. And now about sustainability proofing. In our department, we are investigating whether the companies using InvestEU program are eligible, whether they change the climate for the better, the society, the environment. We're using external experts, sometimes their help when these investments are very complex. We are providing risk assessment. So to do this, we also need to provide special trainings for experts so that we can have more of them, so that they can assess the risk, they can provide reporting, they can give us all the data that's necessary to make decisions.
Osiągnąć. Więc jeżeli chodzi o sektor cały.
And in this sector, the climate dimension, I won't go into details here because time's running out. We should also take a look at what should be, how we should adapt to climate change and what can be mitigated. Unfortunately, I was also present in Lower Silesia back in the 1990s, and there were also severe floods back then, and the scale of destruction is enormous. It was enormous back then, and now it is as well. It will require a lot of investments. So we need to prepare for events such as this, natural disasters, etc. So we need to adapt to climate change, because we can no longer change certain things. We should just prepare for this to happen. And when we're investing in projects, we're taking a look at those two dimensions, adaptation and mitigation. To conclude with, I'd like to stress that the change of requirements that is to come has practical objectives. It's about helping the industry, investors, and the sectors to assess risks, to manage those risks. So it's not only about reporting for reporting's sake. The taxonomy is for us to speak the same language. When we're talking about a project that fulfills certain requirements, we need to be speaking the same language. We need to be able to verify whether projects we're financing are not connected, for instance, to human rights violations. This is also something that is happening in Poland. And when we look at how people are treated on construction sites, the situation can be quite bad, not only in Poland, but in many Western countries as well. So we need to take a look at that. We need to assess these investments. We need to use a common language to do that. We also should increase the level of investments in EBRD. We're cooperating with Bosch Bank, with commercial banks, and of course, EIB. This is our big brother that we're working with in the region. I'd like to conclude with that. Wojtek Lewandowski is here in the room, I believe. And if you have some questions, of course, I'd be happy to answer them. We're at your disposal. Thank you very much.
Much, Robert. And we count on you now in Brussels, because you said that you will make it easier or practical, not just for the Polish businesses, but of course for all the European businesses and the SMEs, the rules that you're now developing. Are there any questions in the room for Robert? I don't see. Thank you very much also for calling us in from Brussels today. Thank you, Robert. And now I think you all deserve...
Thank you.
Thank you. You all deserved a coffee break. You all deserved a coffee break, and please do profit of networking. That's the whole point of having coffee breaks with coffee and some food. Do try to mingle, get information from all the speakers. They will all stay here. And after the break, it's only a 15 minutes break. Let's meet here around noon, around 12. We will actually change the order, and we will have first the panel discussion, because we have really esteemed speakers, and they were scheduled at noon. So first we will have the panel discussion, and then we will have the presentation by the Enterprise Europe Network Sustainability Advisor. So see you here around noon. Thank you. And
are you an owner of a small or medium-sized enterprise? Are you a private individual or a farmer looking to make sustainability investments? Do you want to upgrade your car fleet to zero-emission vehicles? Make your buildings accessible for people with disabilities, including digital infrastructure. Install solar panels on your roof. Produce energy-efficient equipment. Switch to recycled materials, or improve the water efficiency on your farm? For these and many other impactful aspirations, your local bank could help, thanks to support from the EU. Climate, environmental and social challenges require diverse solutions and financing. Everyone can help mitigate climate change, make a positive impact on the environment, and remove barriers for participation faced by persons with disabilities. From household energy efficiency upgrades to ecosystem restoration projects. The EU wants to support all sustainability investments, big or small. And let's be real, there's no single way to make things better for our planet. If you have an investment project that would benefit the environment or ensure accessibility for persons with disabilities, visit the Access to Finance website to find your local bank, which can provide you with more information and details on how to get lending. For information about InvestEU projects in your country, visit the InvestEU website. Let's make a positive impact for a sustainable future.
To finansowanie EBI pozwala nam wspierać polską gospodarkę. W 20% to wsparcie polega na tym, że wspieramy przedsiębiorczość kobiet, a w 20% to finansowanie docierać będzie do projektów skierowanych na transformację energetyczną.
Ten pociąg nazwaliśmy pociągiem europejskim. W takich barwach będzie on jeździł po Pomorzu Zachodnim, by podkreślać to, że jesteśmy dumnymi Europejczykami tu na Pomorzu Zachodnim, że chcemy dalej być w Unii Europejskiej, chcemy ją wzbogacać i chcemy z tego dobrodziejstwa korzystać.
Współpraca z EBI ma dla nas niezwykle strategiczny charakter. W kontekście wojny, kryzysu uchodźczego, inflacyjnego czy energetycznego, a więc trudnej sytuacji finansowej samorządu, dzięki temu będziemy mieli możliwość sfinansowania inwestycji, które pozwolą nam osiągnąć neutralność klimatyczną, niższą emisję czy wreszcie lepsze zazielenienie miasta, tym samym lepszą jakość życia w Rzeszowie.
Dzięki EIB udało nam się sfinansować bardzo duży projekt inwestycyjny w 3 naszych zakładach produkcyjnych. Wybudowaliśmy nową halę produkcyjną, zakupiliśmy nową linię do produkcji makaronu oraz wybudowaliśmy nowoczesny magazyn wysokiego składowania.
finansowanie EBI pozwala nam wspierać polską gospodarkę. W 20% to wsparcie polega na tym, że wspieramy przedsiębiorczość kobiet, a w 20% to finansowanie docierać będzie do projektów skierowanych na transformację energetyczną.
Ten pociąg nazwaliśmy pociągiem europejskim. W takich barwach będzie on jeździł po Pomorzu Zachodnim, by podkreślać to, że jesteśmy dumnymi Europejczykami tu na Pomorzu Zachodnim, że chcemy dalej być w Unii Europejskiej, chcemy ją wzbogacać i chcemy z tego dobrodziejstwa korzystać.
Współpraca z EBI ma dla nas niezwykle strategiczny charakter. W kontekście wojny, kryzysu uchodźczego, inflacyjnego czy energetycznego, a więc trudnej sytuacji finansowej samorządu, dzięki temu będziemy mieli możliwość sfinansowania inwestycji, które pozwolą nam osiągnąć neutralność klimatyczną, niższą emisję czy wreszcie lepsze zazielenienie miasta, tym samym lepszą jakość życia w Rzeszowie.
Dzięki EIB udało nam się sfinansować bardzo duży projekt inwestycyjny w 3 naszych zakładach produkcyjnych. Wybudowaliśmy nową halę produkcyjną, zakupiliśmy nową linię do produkcji makaronu oraz wybudowaliśmy nowoczesny magazyn wysokiego składowania.
InvestEU is the European Union programme supporting private and public investments. Together with European and international financial institutions, it facilitates better access to finance for companies. For instance, in the northern region of Europe, InvestEU supports the expansion of a circular low-carbon battery gigafactory and the development of a European-made battery supply chain for the automotive industry. On the other side of the Baltic Sea, the construction of the first offshore wind park was also made possible thanks to the InvestEU programme. The agriculture and food sector is another area where InvestEU steps in. Through its financing, innovative companies develop technologies to reduce CO2 emissions. For example, by creating plant-based food or by working on lab-grown meat to mitigate the impact of meat consumption on animals and the environment. The InvestEU programme also prioritises investments in the social sector. It provides support for education, training and the integration of young people. Cancer research and biomedical innovation can save lives. InvestEU assists companies in finding investors to develop early cancer detection technologies.
My name is Arthur Hans and I'm CEO of Elmodis, technology provider of industrial Internet of Things. Elmodis provides to customers solution to improve efficiency of their machines based on very complicated technology but in a very simple way.
What we are doing is turning information about energy flow into added value for end customers in the industry.
So we are using current and voltage and some other parameters to predict condition of machinery. Our clients at the moment are industrial plants manufacturing plants, power plants, petrochemical and chemical industry. So places where we have a lot of electrical drives. Technological solutions can help to improve these old machines and give them some kind of intelligence. From investment point of view, we receive money from 3 investors, Intel Capital and Set Ventures, which is supported from the EU, and Innovation Nest. Without investment, without help from our investors, it was impossible to create this technology ready for market. And we make industry smarter. We have the good people, the good idea, and Krakow is a magic place to create this kind of companies.
For a startup company, it's like very hard to get a financing.
Unfortunately, it is not easy to get a regular loan from a bank.
La Unión Europea la mejor ayuda que puede dar es dar la oportunidad.
Without the EU financial guarantee, we are dead. I don't know if it's a good thing, but it's totally 100% right.
At least we have the umbrella of the EU helping us.
The EU support has gotten us from an idea on a piece of paper to a working product that we are now ready to commercialize.
Without it, I actually don't know where we would be.
Puisque l'Union européenne, quelque part, c'est aussi comme quelqu'un qui accompagne les entreprises.
In the end, this EU support gives us the opportunity to have peace of mind and actually do what we do the best.
We are by your side every morning. When you go to work, when you go to school, when you strive to create a career. We care about health as much as you do, in Europe and worldwide. And we keep looking for new and better ways to make life easier. We believe in doers like you who keep on going no matter what, who do their best to give their best. We are part of your towns and cities, of the ordinary moments of your life, of your projects and dreams. And we will keep preparing for the future, a planet that is green and sustainable, where products are recycled and reused. We are by your side when the day is over, ready to take you home.
One.
And to the stars.
Lift off.
Are you an owner of a small or medium-sized enterprise? Are you a private individual or a farmer looking to make sustainability investments? Do you want to upgrade your car fleet to zero-emission vehicles? Make your buildings accessible for people with disabilities, including digital infrastructure. Install solar panels on your roof. Produce energy-efficient equipment. Switch to recycled materials or improve the water efficiency on your farm. For these and many other impactful aspirations, your local bank could help, thanks to support from the EU. Climate, environmental and social challenges require diverse solutions and financing. Everyone can help mitigate climate change, make a positive impact on the environment, and remove barriers for participation faced by persons with disabilities. From household energy efficiency upgrades to ecosystem restoration projects. The EU wants to support all sustainability investments, big or small. And let's be real, there's no single way to make things better for our planet. If you have an investment project that would benefit the environment or ensure accessibility for persons with disabilities, visit the Access to Finance website to find your local bank, which can provide you with more information and details on how to get lending. For information about InvestEU projects in your country, visit the InvestEU website. Let's make a positive impact for a sustainable future.
To finansowanie EBI pozwala nam wspierać polską gospodarkę. W 20% to wsparcie polega na tym, że wspieramy przedsiębiorczość kobiet, a w 20% to finansowanie docierać będzie do projektów skierowanych na transformację energetyczną.
Ten pociąg nazwaliśmy pociągiem europejskim. W takich barwach będzie on jeździł po Pomorzu Zachodnim, by podkreślać to, że jesteśmy dumnymi Europejczykami tu na Pomorzu Zachodnim, że chcemy dalej być w Unii Europejskiej, chcemy ją wzbogacać i chcemy z tego dobrodziejstwa korzystać.
Współpraca z EBI ma dla nas niezwykle strategiczny charakter. W kontekście wojny, kryzysu uchodźczego, inflacyjnego czy energetycznego, a więc trudnej sytuacji finansowej samorządu, dzięki temu będziemy mieli możliwość sfinansowania inwestycji, które pozwolą nam osiągnąć neutralność klimatyczną, niższą emisję czy wreszcie lepsze zazielenienie miasta, tym samym lepszą jakość życia w Rzeszowie.
Dzięki EIB udało nam się sfinansować bardzo duży projekt inwestycyjny w 3 naszych zakładach produkcyjnych. Wybudowaliśmy nową halę produkcyjną, zakupiliśmy nową linię do produkcji makaronu oraz wybudowaliśmy nowoczesny magazyn wysokiego składowania.
I'm waiting for Sebastian to tell me when I can start. Okay, thank you, Sebastian. Thank you very much for being with us here still in the room, and also for everyone following us online through the web stream. We're starting with the second part of the event on EU sustainable finance here today in Warsaw. And we will slightly change the order on the program, just to be on time really for the esteemed speakers that join us for the final panel discussion. I would like now to call to the stage Mrs. Katarzyna Przewalska. She's Director of Financial Market Development Department at the Ministry of Finance. Hi. And you will sit here. Hi, nice to see you. Yes. We will try to have really gender-balanced panel. So we will be 3 ladies and 3 men. I think this is what Robert from the EBRD was asking for. And I would like to call now Włodzimierz Kiciński. He's Vice President of the Polish Banking Association. You will sit next to me. I would like to call now Mrs. Karolina Opielewicz. She's board member and Deputy General Director of the Polish Chamber of Commerce. I will sit there. No? Yeah, we have to be balanced. And now Mr. Titian Bielecki, he's Managing Director, ESG and Home Solutions at Santander Bank Polska. Hello, welcome. And of course, the person whom we have already seen the photo, Mr. Mateusz Olszak. He's Director of Guarantees and Sureties Department at the BGK, the Polish Development Bank. He's also Director of Enterprise Development in the bank, and he's also a member of the board of European Association of Guarantee Institutions. So the panel is called panel discussion. Let's hear local views from bankers and companies. I mean, we don't have a company per se, but we have the chamber, and that's, I think, enough that the chamber represents the companies. And of course, we are very happy that we have also here the ministry representative. The questions were kind of there was a choreography that, of course, we had to inform in advance. And basically, we will have 2 rounds of questions. But in each round, the speakers will have sub-questions, which are really for those institutions that they represent to share the views with us. And I'll be moderating in English. Obviously, I cannot do it in any other language today. But yes, please do speak in Polish, because today's event is really for the Polish market, for the Polish banks, for the Polish SMEs. And I will obviously use the headphones, but yeah, you speak in Polish. And ladies first, you should not be surprised. And Mrs. Katarzyna Przewalska, thank you very much again for being here from the ministry, and you're also very time constraints you have today. But in the first round of questions, which is the main question for everyone, it's what has been your experience with the EU Sustainable Finance Framework? My specific question for Mrs. Katarzyna Przewalska is, you've been involved in financial market regulations for over 20 years, now in your current role at the Ministry of Finance. And from the Ministry of Finance perspective, what's the Polish experience with the EU Sustainable Finance Framework? In the morning, we heard a very detailed presentation by Joanna Sikora. What's the ministry's experience so far? Any lessons learned? And obviously also the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ola. Dzień dobry Państwu. Bardzo mi miło być.
Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to participate in this interesting panel when it comes to the question regulations within sustainable financing.
Moje doświadczenie.
Of a slightly shorter history than mine, when it comes to legislation of financing servicing.
Proszę Państwa,
and all started
w 2015 roku
in 2015 and UN summit, everybody knows, and the Paris Agreement in 2016, and the financial market was the market which was the first one which was covered with the regulations on sustainable financing. First regulations were introduced in 2019. It was regulation CFDR, which was disclosure regulation, and then taxonomy and other regulations, and now we have the implementation of CSRD. It was a very difficult moment, just difficult times in general. In 2020, we had the pandemic, which created an utterly different reality. We had completely different priorities. The financial market was readying itself to implement the solutions, not just within sustainable finance, but within many sectors. It was a particularly difficult time in our part of the region. An additional difficult moment was the aggression onto Ukraine in 2022. And in those circumstances, the financial market, despite huge difficulties since 2021, when there was an obligation to implement, it was regulated by the EU regulations. I think it is very important to emphasize, because despite the changed priorities, the market did what it's supposed to, and the market adopted those regulations. We all know that the regulations were not easy. There are plenty of them. And as experience shows, and the application in practice, as well as the consultation run by the European Commission last year with regards to CSVR, it showed that the regulations are not clear in many points, that they in a way overlap, that they are filled with gaps, that they have mutual elements which should be mutually regulated. And I'm talking, for example, about the definition of what is sustainable investing. I'm talking about the materiality assessment.
Due diligence.
We're talking about due diligence. We have overlapping of regulations. So all of that resulted in, or results in, those regulations not being easy to implement. And that's why it seems that what we are about to face, what the European Commission, but also Poland, with regards to the oncoming presidency, which we shall take on the 1st of January 2025, it is answering the question how we should change or detail down the regulations so they would be more clear for everyone, easier to implement, or whether there is a debate when it comes to the regulation CFDR, which is on disclosure on information, or whether we need to restructure or detail down the Article 8 and 9, or whether we should have new categorization. And with all those regulations, we all have such dilemmas.
Będzie jedno z takich podstawowych pytań.
And I think, ladies and gentlemen, that this will be one of our main questions that we're to ask ourselves. Should we further precise the existing regulations? Should we make them more accurate, clearer, or should we introduce other
nowe problemy?
New regulations can cause new problems. So there's a huge task ahead of us, and I believe that the introduction of new solutions will be preceded by deep analysis, by balancing what there is in place and what should be in place. We need to take into consideration the practicality of all of it.
Głosy są różne.
There are different opinions and views on the matter. I believe it's half and half, both in Poland, in our national Polish market, and also as it stems from the consultations done by the European Commission, the views differ also on the European market. But what I'd like to say and stress in my statement now is that the financial market managed quite well, taking into consideration the circumstances, and we all have our conclusions. We know where we're headed. Thank you.
Mrs. Przewalska, I understand the main, let's say, not so much the complaints, but you really showed us the mirror that there have been gaps and that's difficult to implement, and that especially during the upcoming presidency, that this is something that you would like to look at from...
Yeah, probably. No, I think that we are not have... Postaram się odpowiedzieć po polsku. My nie mamy fajli...
I'll speak in Polish.
Naszej prezydencji, natomiast mamy...
We most probably, the European Commission will most probably suggest changes in the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation during our presidency. So most probably we will continue this file, but we will lead this file, but I don't see us completing it. Maybe halfway through the presidency, we'll have new information. It will all depend on the new commissioner and the entire directorate, DG FISMA. I don't think that we'll be able to conclude the file, but I believe that the Commission will propose making certain regulations more accurate, clearing certain regulations, eliminating gaps and overlapping regulations. Perhaps we'll have a new taxonomy, new classification system. I heard in Budapest last week that the market needs certain products, and ESMA proposed a solution that would categorize products into sustainable products and transitional products. And the second category, transitional products, this is very well perceived, well received by practitioners, by people working on the financial market. And I believe one of the solutions possible here would be to make existing regulations more precise, more accurate, and maybe an introduction of a product with the name transitional products that have this pathway from A to B. So from not being sustainable to being sustainable, we would have this path, this transition path. I think this is very important to everyone who is responsible for sustainability finance.
On transition finance, because not everything can be green from the start. That I think was also clear from the presentation this morning, that there was a recommendation last year from the Commission, and this is, like, if I can use again the words of frankly, different shades of green, meaning not everything can be green in the end. Yeah. But I take your point that what matters for you and also for the Polish ministry, it's the practicality and usability of the rules in place.
Absolutely.
And I think that's also important for the Commission, that it's implementable. But before we give the floor to the three bankers, important is also that we have now setting the scene, the views from the chamber, from the business sector. So Mrs. Karolina Opielewicz, you've been working at the Polish Chamber since 2008. And on your initiative, the Chamber established the ESG school. And from the chamber point of view, similar question like for Mrs. Przewalska, what has been the Polish experience, the company side with the sustainable finance framework so far, lessons learned, and also your vision of your trajectory for the future?
Hello?
Hello.
Słyszeli, nawet gdyby się nie uruchomił. Dziękuję.
You would probably hear me even without the mic. Thank you for your invitation. I'm very glad to be here with you today.
Od 2008
I have been working in the chamber since 2008, but just like Kasia,
istniał.
During this period, the sustainability question was always present, and we are facing many challenges as legislators, as companies, both European companies and national companies. These challenges are enormous, but they're even larger when it comes to SMEs. Most of us know what SG stands for, or ESG, what it stands for. But when we talk with companies that operate somewhere in the region, they're somewhere there hidden in the various regions of Poland, to them, ESG is not one of the most pressing issues because they are facing their own challenges, day-to-day challenges on an ongoing basis. When it comes to the National Chamber of Commerce, we not only launched the ESG school, we also have a special ESG committee with 48 members representing business institutions, public administration. And in this committee, we prepared a lot of opinions for legislation projects. We've discussed some of them. We provided opinions on CSRD, CFDR, etc. When I created the school and its program, its curriculum, I had a deep belief in that this will be a school that would answer the needs of SMEs. And we, in fact, provided training for many companies, but also representatives of the financial sector in Poland. Back then, the knowledge base was quite small, but it now is bigger. And as you know, we have various postgraduate degrees on ESG. I believe that now we're at a point in time in which we can communicate this knowledge and spread this knowledge among SMEs. How should we do that, and how can this happen? Our point of view is that there's a big role of banks here and large companies with big supply chains. Information on SMEs and their sustainability finance. This is the type of information that we can get from the financial sector or from large companies that support their smaller suppliers. We have a lot of good practices, good examples, where big companies prepare calculators of greenhouse gas emissions, carbon footprint calculators for their smaller suppliers. They're preparing webinars, trainings for those SMEs. And a lot of those people that are there in the large companies, they want to do that for the smaller suppliers because they want to work with those who are sustainable, who want to move towards sustainability. So the smaller companies, SMEs, they get more and more questions from the larger partners about their sustainability. And in order for them to be possible to respond to those questions, to provide sustainability information, they need to know how to do this. It seems to me, and I believe it's in agreement with what has been said, with our conclusions, it seems to me that SMEs should not bear the whole burden of gathering data, disclosing data. This is very difficult to them. EFRAG prepared voluntary reporting standards, VSMEs, and Eurochamp, an institution, showed that basically the first module, the basic module, this is the module that SMEs, at least Polish SMEs, can address right now. But I believe the situation is similar in other countries in Europe. So they are able to answer those basic 7-8 questions and they should have the possibility to not answer a question if it's not relevant. So this is a challenge to them, and there's a lot of challenges. We're hoping that the banking sector will cooperate in terms of the SMEs. Hopefully, the information provided by SMEs will be sufficient in many cases for the banking sector. We're also preparing now a one-stop shop for SMEs in Poland. It will be called ESG Standard. And there we will encourage companies to self-assess on the basis of those voluntary surveys. We don't have the final version yet, but we already know that in order to conduct an assessment of this double materiality, in the case of small companies, this is something that's proving to be very difficult.
Udostępnimy na naszej platformie.
On our platform, we will make available a carbon footprint calculator, and this will be a tool that is free of charge. We will make available various guides prepared by our partners, various guidelines prepared by the National Chamber of Commerce. We'll also have an online tool, a self-assessment tool that allows companies to share information on their operations. They can then share this with the bank or with a bigger client, with a bigger partner. At this point, I believe it's too soon to tell how they're coping, how the SMEs are coping. We can just now discuss how we can make the processes streamlined, how we can minimize the administrative burden.
Pass the information. This is the whole point of the event that we're having today, also to indicate to the Polish companies what exists, where it's available, etc. And you slightly touched upon also about the second round of questions. So now let's move to the bankers, because you provided a good, let's say, starting point. And Mr. Włodzimierz Gieciński, you've been involved in the banking sector since 1995. And since 2017, Vice President of the Polish Banking Association. So really thank you again also for coming and replacing another colleague in almost the last moment. But we are really happy to have you here. From the association's perspective, what are the experience and lessons learned so far, meaning the similar question like for the ladies before, in implementing the EU Sustainable Finance Framework, but now, of course, from the banker's perspective?
Dziękuję.
Thank you. I've been in the banking sector since 1991, and I did all the evaluations in this country. It was the central banking, not the commercial banking. I've been in the commercial sector since, I would say, 1995. Regardless of that, I'd like to say that we understand that the entire concept of ESG implementation is to be mainly through banking, financing institutions. And that was the assumption of the politicians and European Commission, because it is the banks that provide Europe with 75 or 80% of financing in real economy. So this is the main channel through which one can control what shall be happening in the economy. And definitely banks also have a broad database what is happening in the European economy. So we understood that through our tummies, we're going to get to the throat of banking, and that's where we are going to regulate the flow of various signals which shall be addressed to enterprises and clients of various sizes. As an association of Polish banks, we were also represented starting from 2015 in the high-level group, which prepared the concept of ESG implementation in the EU. And the person before me was a member of an 8-people panel, which was appointed by the European Commission. We act by preparing the banks to sustainable finance, and we've been doing it for years. When we've had regulations allowing to define individual ESG elements, and which also referred to the main energy sources, because this is a key phenomena from the point of view of sustainable economy. Then we published in 2019 the first report on ESG, and then in 2022 we prepared yet another one. What regulation it is, what concept it is, what the taxonomy includes, whether we could cope for some rational take on the transition. And it turned out that European Commission is quite poor when it comes to thinking of the brown energy sources and treating the transition from black coal energy towards green energy. A form of a compromise, which we notified about, was assuming that gas is also important in this transition in the intermediary period. And there was also a good justification, because on the energy market, I would say there are two products now, and the specialists within that just keep telling us the first product is energy generation, production. The second product, in the opinion of energy specialists, is power. We shall not have, as specialists ensure, we will not have any problems with energy generation. We shall have a problem, and it's already periodically appearing, with maintaining power. And the interaction between those two markets are important from the point of view of energy transition in Poland. And we need to consider that. Just to clarify it briefly, we could say that there are periods when we have plenty of energy in the system, in the grid, and there are periods when we don't. And then reserve power of energy generation must be turned on. A gas power plant can be activated very quickly. And since we don't have them, the energy blocks, which are coal-based, must operate on 20, 25, 30% of its capacity. So the transition period must be considered in a smart way with regards to various sectors. For example, a hydrocarbon which is used in the economy. We could talk about those energy factors for a long time. We need retrofitting of the grid of energy sector. We need diversification. In Poland, we definitely need more green, sustainable sources of energy generation. Our energy mix is not in such a dramatic situation. A more dramatic situation is electricity generation. So here, this mix is coal-based. So that change will cost. And the Association of Polish Banks, we saw numerous forecasts. We believe it's until 2035, it is going to cost about 1.6 billion Polish złotych. So it is trillion Polish złotych. So it is a significant amount. Is the banking system able to finance it? Polish banking system is not going to be able to finance it on its own, but this is nothing terribly new. So we have a potential to cooperate with the capital market, which is rather poorly The Ministry of Finances has got some plans here, so the director knows what plans she's talking about. It can be financed on the basis of project finance. So this energy transition can be financed like that. We can use the assets from other countries, and banks can also involve necessary funds. We need to bear in mind that everything that the banking sector in Europe should do within zero emissions, and the EU plans within this regard, this means about 600 billion euros per year, and the European banking sector cannot generate such credit amount on its own. The problem when it comes to financing shall definitely be present, but there are definitely more issues. And finally, one thing, let me just quickly mention, just to sum up, as sort of round up, when it comes to education, information, preparing the banking sector, that we also run further actions with other participants of the market, like the companies, like the Polish Developer Union. We define unified standards of treating the property which shall be considered sustainable. Similar operations when in cooperation with energy. And we prepare on our own unification of conditions when it comes to non-financial reporting, which will be obligatory for the Polish institutions, which are stock listed companies as of 2025. And as an institution, we try to support not only our members, but also work on a broader scale with other areas, representatives of the economy, and to have involve critical thinking in order to reduce the scale of regulations as banks. And with regards to European Commission, we are over happy when it comes to the level of regulations. And when I was in Berlin in the spring this year, I heard from Mr. Scholz, who appeared in front of bankers. He said that Ursula von der Leyen promised to him regulation reduction by 25%.
Please reduce.
So it was, congratulations, guys, please reduce the regulations.
Kaczynski, there were a couple of points that definitely, you brought to my attention, but I don't think that anything that you said would be a surprise. It's good to know that as a banking sector, you really dare to, as you said, to support all sizes of companies. So that, of course, includes also the SMEs. And according to all the studies that we also do, yes, the European companies, they are dependent on the bank finance. That's a fact. And of course, also what you were explaining, the different countries in Europe, Polish economy and the energy sector, of course, have different characteristics. This is why there is the national mix that you have. But there was a clear signal from your intervention that for diversification, there are really massive financing needs and that the banking sector cannot fulfill it. And this is why the figure that you were saying, we always use it as well, that it's 600 billion per year that we would need annually to follow the Green Deal, the European Green Deal. So this is massive, and thank you very much also for saying that this needs to be done together with the capital markets. There is no easy solution to fix, but definitely there is the need, and this is also our current president and the new president, Ursula von der Leyen said in her new guidelines that it's about attracting in also private sector investments, that not everything can be financed by the EU funds or national funds. It's impossible. So it has to be more, let's say, cooperative approach and measures taken for bringing in also the private. And this is exactly what you were saying. So it didn't surprise us. It's in our vision as well. It's not easy to fix the problem. And also thank you that you are doing the education or lots of activities to bring the matter closer, not just to the banks, but obviously to the economy. And as regards the minus 25 reduction, yeah, indeed, it has been already announced for the current commission and also even more so for the next one, that this is our priority. And among those, in the simplification, reducing minus 25, in principle, is supposed to be also for the SMEs. And this is where we would like to see some progress in the months and years ahead. And now, of course, I did not forget the other two bankers, Mr. Titian Bilecki, as a member of the presidium of the most important working group on sustainable financing Poland, and a founding member of the POLSIF. We did see it already before on the slides from Robert from the EBRD. So the POLSIF, the Sustainable Investment Forum in Poland, whose mission is to develop and promote and create and disseminate best practices. So this is something that definitely is to be praised, because the best practices are to be basically copied if possible and spread further. And now the concrete question for you is similar like before for other colleagues, but more from your bank's perspective. Tell us about the Polish experience, so far, similar like the other colleagues, but you have two heads, banker's head and also the POLSIF head here now.
Tak, rzeczywiście. A mój mikrofon działa, bardzo się cieszę.
Yes, definitely. Let me tell you a bit within the finance aspect, because we've had the EU regulatory days. So I'm going to tell you about sustainable finance from the bank perspective. We've had a huge evolution of those operations in the past years when it comes to sustainable financing. It was visible with regards to financial risk and loan risk when the regulations define some good practices, and on the other hand, the climatic extreme conditions, they showed banks which information they lack and how expert the models are, which translate the risk of transition of physical models going into the risk management. So this is the first area which was really present in the banks. The consequence of this absence of data was that we started to look for data on the market within the sectors which were not so significant so far in the risk management. Effectively, initiatives like the one undertaken by the Association of Polish Banks, the initiative when together with other organizations that associate entities from the financial market, we tried to create a standardized interpretation of data that we shall take from our clients and expect. That was a very good initiative. In 2021, we spent several months dealing with it, and that showed us that regardless of where participants of the market are in the market, whether it's the insurance companies or other entities, so there may be scaling it or measuring is similar to our customers.
Pewnie rzeczywiście jest bardzo dobrym.
This is why the standardization you mentioned is a good postulate. When it comes to the burdens, administrative burden, whether it's big or not, well, this tsunami of regulations produced a similar number of regulations to what has already been in place. So what we're dealing with a huge administrative burden, that's true. But sometimes in our discussion, we're forgetting why we're doing all that. We're not doing that to create regulations. We're doing that to transform European economy so that it's more effective, more productive. The report by Mario Draghi shows that we're not achieving the targets we'd like to achieve, unfortunately. It shows that we need to manage our resources better. We need to use new technologies that have this opportunity to come into being. These are technologies that can also be exported. They can stimulate Polish economy, the EU economy as well. So having in the back of our head this final target, we should focus on that as well. From the point of view of decision makers, so the companies and natural persons that are our customers, our clients, it is very rare that they make financial decisions only on the basis of values. We understand climate change, we understand what we should do, but when it comes to financial decisions, doesn't necessarily mean that we'll invest in risky technologies. It won't come easy. We won't invest in costly retrofitting of our own buildings, not necessarily. And this is quite evident on the market. We have a vast spectrum of banking instruments that's available, but it's not very popular because, well, it is sustainable, yes, but it's not the only reason why clients make certain decisions. We, as the banking sector, need to tell our clients about the profits that could stem from this sustainable transition. So the question is, how can we convince our clients to use our products? Well, the answer is quite simple. We need to calculate a specific value that can come out of the given investment, whether it's financial or social. It depends, right? There are various dimensions at play here.
Yeah.
But we need to bear in mind this perspective when talking about the knowledge base, the training sessions available on the market, because our employees need to be trained in order to talk to the clients. This will come in handy when talking to SMEs, but also to large companies.
Nas nie uśpi, że nie dotyka małych firm, bo oczywiście
We have reporting from large companies, but also we have some reporting from SMEs because it all influences their the supply chains. And we need to use this, to build on this in order to gain a competitive advantage and to have clients as us, as banks. We want our clients to operate on the market, to not get bankrupt, to not move their companies to other countries.
regulacyjnego to jest raczej
It's maybe not a comment on the regulatory environment. It's just me saying that we have to cooperate to move in the right direction. And I feel that in Poland, during the initial years of the European Green Deal, we wanted to organize ourselves. We had a small group of experts. And we could comment on the regulations, but perhaps our comments weren't as vocal. We weren't as vocal so that the comments would be taken into consideration. This is very important because that we do so, that we comment, that we provide feedback, because the Polish situation, especially in the energy sector, is quite unique, and we're in need of a transition.
To, co jest zielone.
Of course, it's not that we should invest only in what's green, because the majority of our economy is somewhere in the gray area, if we're to use colors here. Of course, there are the brown sectors, let's call them that, but our aim, our common aim should be to help the economy move away from those brown sectors towards the more sustainable ones. We don't have an unlimited amount of time. We need to develop effective ways of action. Sometimes those ways of acting, we can't imagine them working in Poland, but they work in Europe. So we should support our clients in their advancement, in their transition. In places where we have a lot of brown traditional sectors, the changes will have large consequences in terms of our societies. So we need to also think about how we'll then address issues that will come up inevitably.
Środków publicznych
The funds, as was already mentioned, should come from various sources, and also the public and private funds should be used jointly sometimes, right? And we should also be the architects of social change, which is very important from our point of view. These are our customers, our clients, the society that we live in. And us as the bank, we're trying to do quite a lot to make it possible for companies to undergo this transformation, this transition. We have a lot of instruments at hand, and we can also provide education, not only about the carbon footprint, because of course it is an important parameter, because it's very often used in public tendering procedures in the EU. This will be also probably obligatory everywhere else, all across the board. But we should also focus on that part that says which assets make most sense for a given customer. And this would perhaps allow us to use the funds we have at our disposal from various EU programs, etc., to use them for the benefit of our clients. So let's not only make money on a static relationship with the client. Let's focus on those ongoing relationships, because they should be our focus and the focus of our competitors. I believe we have similar views on the matter, and this is a great challenge to us, the economy and the system.
Optimistic explanation, but yeah, this is the way to go forward, and you're really trying to walk hand in hand with your customers and always look at the business case. And you were referring to drug report, and also now the political guidance for the Commission is the so-called sustainable competitiveness. And I think this is what you were trying to say, to help the companies to be competitive, but in terms of becoming more greener or in transition finance. And it's interesting to see that you put so much emphasis on S within the ESG, where basically Europe definitely can be a leader in putting so much emphasis on the social, on the clients. But yeah, not to be too long, because again, you are all thank you very much, very extensive in your answers. Mr. Mateusz Olszak, you're again a banker, another banker, with over 10 years of experience in the field of guarantees, mainly in BGK, the National Development Bank. And now from the National Development Bank's perspective, BGK, the same question, the experience so far and the way ahead with Sustainable Finance Framework.
Dziękuję za pytanie, dziękuję za zaproszenie na to ważne wydarzenie.
Thank you for your question, for your invitation.
Jeżeli chodzi...
We have a big experience when it comes to sustainable finance and the framework we're discussing. I will refer to that in a moment. But what I'm missing here in all our discussions is the perspective of the entrepreneur. Because if we take a look at the Polish economy, then every second zloty of GDP is generated by the SME sector, and we want to reach them. And Mr. Tycjan Bielecki before me asked a question about encouragement, about us encouraging our clients to use our instruments, sustainable financing instruments. I believe we should create incentives, and us as the BGK, with the help of EU funds, we are now prepared to create those incentives for Polish entrepreneurs so that they can use the funds available and so that they can carry out projects, sustainable projects. To us as a bank, what is crucial is the perspective point of view of the Polish entrepreneurs. The sustainable finance, EU sustainable finance framework, this is, in my understanding, a tool that's to direct the capital towards investments that are sustainable. And the entire framework consists of several very important elements. We're using a lot of them in BGK. I don't have a lot of time to discuss all of them. So Let me just touch upon the EU taxonomy, the disclosure regulations and directives, the green bonds. What's most important to us today is sustainable financing. Other speakers said a lot on the responsibility that we have when it comes to sustainable financing. I'd say that apart from the responsibility, there's also huge opportunity. We have a lot of opportunities to develop. We'd like to encourage everyone to use this opportunity to advance green transition. I believe that's in our DNA. This also the social element you mentioned, and the environmental and the governance element. All these elements are in our DNA. You asked about experiences, lessons learned. I'd like to refer to the fact that it was a long process, the whole process of adaptation. We had to adapt to be in the place we're at today. We managed to do that, but it's not only our work. We cooperated with various organizations and institutions, including the EIF. What's important is that education, knowledge, these are key. We started with educating entrepreneurs. We're a co-organizer of postgraduate studies. We're preparing a lot of educational activities that are targeted at entrepreneurs so that they can understand what is sustainable finance, so that they can use the possibilities.
To przejdę do kolejnych, najwyżej jeszcze wrócimy do tego. Czyli przede wszystkim świadomość.
What is paramount is, as I mentioned, knowledge and education in the area of sustainable development. Secondly, what proved to be a very difficult process in our bank and many other banks in Poland was adapting to those various regulations that have already been mentioned. We had to open new departments. We had to appoint new teams to deal with that. We implemented a lot of new regulations. We changed all of our existing regulations to introduce the whole context of sustainable finance. I believe we were successful in doing that. We're now very much advanced in our work, and we're able to encourage entrepreneurs to invest in green, sustainable products. We're encouraging them to invest in digitization, etc. And this is what also enables us to work together with the European Commission, with the EIB group. I know we don't have a lot of time, but let me just say that among 7 guarantees that we're providing for entrepreneurs, 5 of them are financed from the EU funds. And it is there that we can show the value added. It is in this way that we can encourage entrepreneurs to use our products in the area of digitization, energy efficiency. We're able to provide guarantees that are not only free from the point of view of entrepreneurs, but they also have this component, the subsidy component, the grant component. If an entrepreneur carries out a project in energy efficiency, then we're paying off 20% of the debt of the entrepreneur. This is a whole system of vessels that are linked. Without other organizations, we wouldn't be able to operate with success. We wouldn't be able to reach out to entrepreneurs. So we're a very unique entity. We're complementing the work of banks, and together we can do more. With the use of less resources, we can do more, we can reach more entrepreneurs, and we can encourage them to undertake those difficult investments, those that involve sustainable energy, that involves renewable energy sources, circular economy.
Mogą liczyć na bardzo dobre.
And everyone working in this area can count on the support of BGK.
Przedłużać to wskazał.
And not to take too long, I would like to indicate one more thing. Because we've identified one interesting thing, one phenomena, because we also spoke on sustainable financing and projects. This lesson that we draw from that is quite optimistic. Up several years back, we saw the enthusiasm at the level of EU and European Commission, but the knowledge transfer went to the financing institution and ministry levels. Today, we see that Polish entrepreneurs understand what's the need of sustainable development, and they perceive their opportunity for development, because when the money from the EU fund goes towards digital transition or green transition, so following that trend, they can get better support instruments and be more competitive or develop.
Have a very positive outlook. That's good to know, and thank you also for referring to all those 7 guarantees that you are offering back by the EU, and now planning the next programming period. Of course, all the lessons learned with de-risking and the financial instruments. I think it's the similar approach that we would like to continue in order to leverage the limited funds that we all have, not just EU, but basically the national banks. Thank you again. And now you were all very extensive in the first round, and to some extent you touched upon the second round, which the second round of questions was supposed to touch on SMEs only. But I gathered from all the answers that you provided that we were mixing with the SMEs perspective already. So in the second round, meaning we will not repeat the question, but just that you can refer, or if you can focus on this trickle-down effect that we heard today, which is that SMEs, and I think this is an important lesson that everyone has to take from the event today, SMEs are not currently under the taxonomy, and yet they do receive these questions because of the bank needs, because this is what, from the positive perspective now, I try to look at this, because you're trying to help them, and yet this is perceived for SMEs now still too cumbersome, because they do not understand everything, and this is very good to know that you're having all these educational measures now, which would then eventually help them, and they would know why such questions are coming to them from the banks on green and digital transition, but now let's stay with the green transition. And then on the other hand, SMEs got these questions like you heard this morning from in the supply chain, because the big companies simply need those answers. So I think this is now the second round of questions, if you can focus on this and how you see the help. And perhaps if I can start now with Carolina, because you're the one really representing the companies, and you already told us about lots of tools and standards and everything for free. So in a short answer, really to help the SMEs in this trickle-down effect that's happening, its effect, if you can, add some more information to what you already said before.
Tak. Zrzeszając to o 60 organizacji.
Yes, when we have 60 business organization in Poland, we reach about 100,000 MŚP companies. Most of them don't understand the basic principles of sustainable development. They don't identify them. They don't understand the ESG acronym. They don't use the potential of sustainable financing. Such data is not data that I think exists. That's the data that we could learn due to the research run by the Ministry of Development Technology on the representative group of 1,000 SMEs. And Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego had even more devastating results than the one done by the ministry. So even those I usually defend Polish entrepreneurs and create their image as best as possible. Here, I can't agree that companies know, that they have the knowledge, that they use it, that they want it.
Że tam już nie ma tego kłopotu.
That there is no problem there, because from the level of Warsaw, we might not see the problem, and most likely we don't see it. But it's enough if you go to Siedlce, go to Bielsko-Biała, go to Gorzów Wielkopolski, and there you see the fear on the faces of entrepreneurs when we talk to them about taxonomy, SRS, voluntary reporting, the needs that the banks will have on the basis of information that they need to share with SMEs. Carbon footprint calculation, which is on the basis of good data, so we can start calculation at all. Therefore, I think that all of us should make this trickle-down effect. We should go into the regions, go to small companies, use the branches in the banks which you have in the towns, use the chambers of commerce which are present everywhere, and show the financial benefits, this main motivator, which is the best motivator, which is the financial benefits that you can have if you implement certain solutions or investments. And I think that this is of key importance. So you sit down with the bank client, you just show them, you know, this and that is you can do. We have energy prices going up. What you can do to get renewable energy sources, what the return is going to be on that. And maybe entrepreneurs don't understand what the acronym ESG is, but they implement many solutions. We've recently had an example of a program which is being implementing the circular economy in SMEs. This program was the Polish Agency of Development of Entrepreneurship. The first call was for the Eastern Poland entrepreneurs, and there were 3,000 applications. Almost 400 got the financing. So this shows that we understand that there are small enterprises who understand what circular economy is, that there are changes with regards to water resources or energy production of biodiversity, and they want to implement it. But the requirements of the application, how it was structured, the conditions you need to meet to get the finances, I would say absurd. Expecting that the small company is going to provide a life cycle assessment, which consumes 3/4 of the budget. That means something went wrong along the way. At some stage, the officials preparing or the clerks did not understand what life cycle assessment was, what tools are involved, how expensive they are to perform that. So that is all shaky. There must be an understanding on many sides, and that must be thorough knowledge and education of the representatives of those public institutions so they can understand what you can actually expect from SMEs, even if they hire experts, because they can't do it themselves. They have to hire those experts. Those good experts are very expensive, and there aren't many of them. Therefore, so I had to add, you know, this pinch of salt here to those optimistic interventions when it comes to representation of a broad group of SMEs. Maybe I'd like to ask, what about data standardization? Is it there? Did the Forum of Polish Banks manage to develop it? And if so, can we share that info with our companies?
Dobrze, bo to widzę, że się z panelu zrobiliśmy dyskusję.
I see we have an internal discussion on this panel because it is interesting for SMEs. Yes, we have developed a project jointly, and it was sent out in 2021 for the opinion-making supervisory bodies. And finally, this project took on a different shape. So the standardization ended with that document, I would say. So there is some work to be done. Or maybe basing on the standards prepared by EFEC. So I think the answer is not so clear, because if we want to go a step further, it means we would talk about like every bank for risk assessment is going to use the same parameters. They would have comparable models, usually competitive edge and appetite for risk. is determined at the level of banks, and very often it stems from additional requirements. Naturally, for me, the question is of a different nature. First of all, can we have at the national level better use of the database that contains some of that info? And this is probably something that takes the burden off the enterprises and provides the requirements that we need to meet in order to report like the green certificates that need to be provided. And on the other hand, as you're saying, many of those processes of reporting are really troublesome and expensive, require expensive experts. This is an opportunity to create companies that will create the tools that address those needs. And with appropriate scale, it will be available price-wise, and the carbon footprint calculator that we offer to our customers for free was created by us with NGO for free, so it is free. That was a great initiative.
The lack of data is definitely an issue in all the countries, not only in Poland, the EU level. And this is why, meaning ideally, we would like to have one standard that would be applied across the EU, that all the banks would be using it. Now we call it voluntary SME standard. But then again, it depends if SMEs would voluntarily use it, and if the banks would voluntarily basically, or if the banks would accept that it's not enough, that it's enough for them. And this is now being developed by EFRAG. Robert from the EBRD was there this morning. Our hopes are like, we know where is the data gap, and that eventually SMEs would have the simplest as possible standard, but we are not there. So this is why it's good that you put some pinch of salt, because...
Hence, that's why I asked. Because I understand the perspective of the banks, but imagine an entrepreneur who wants to get that financing. They get 8 various application forms to fill in with various data from 8 various banks. So this is the burden that from the perspective of an entrepreneur is significant. I do understand it's difficult to address though. So this is one of the biggest challenges here.
And yeah, we are definitely aware, and we would like to help. This is why also the events today, to have an open discussion, economy, banks, etc., to see that it has become difficult, that especially if one SME is trying to get a loan from 8 different banks, if that SME has to answer 8 different ways, of course it's a burden, yeah. Plus, but just to stress again that SMEs by definition are not in taxonomy yet, but yeah, these things happen. But not to be too long, from the ministry view, you already explained before the usability, and practicality. I think that this is probably also what you're striving for, given all the problems that exist for SMEs. So is there anything that you would like to add? But yeah, we need to be short now.
Tak, jesteśmy po czasie chyba. To, co mogę dodać, przedmówcy...
What can I add? Other speakers mentioned already, they mentioned a lot. We have this trickle-down effect. It's there. And though SMEs are not yet they're not yet functioning in accordance with all the regulations, we can expect this pressure to be there in the future. Those small, medium-sized micro-entrepreneurs that cooperate with larger companies, well, they're forced to use those standards because, well, this is necessary, right, for their further cooperation with the larger company. And the larger companies are, of course, obliged to follow those regulations. From the point of view of a regulator or a legislative body, it seems that what we should be concentrating on when devising future regulations is the proportionality rule. And the micro entrepreneurs, the small entrepreneurs, as Karolina mentioned, cannot be expected to follow all those specific guidelines. They don't have the necessary resources. They need simple tools. They need to be educated. So education is paramount as well. There are, of course, groups of entrepreneurs that see opportunities in all this, like the hotel industry, catering industry. They can see opportunities in green finance, in the green transition. But there are industries where this is more difficult to accept, like the transport industry or mining industry. For them, these are additional burdens. I believe that we all should bear in mind that regulations are there to serve us, to serve a purpose. They are to serve the target of climate neutrality. We want to achieve this, and this is something we should aim at. I agree with what you've said, Ulla. I agree with what my colleagues have been saying. The financial market can't bear all the costs of the transitions. So SMEs need to take part in that. And they also, they're a part of the economy. They have to incur the costs of the green transition as well. Unfortunately, there's still a lot to be done. There's still 5% missing in the GDP to finance all of our ambitious goals. But, well, let's be optimistic.
Also, changing the target, so yeah, we need to make it happen. Not at any cost, but we need to help the SME. So yeah, thank you very much again. And Mr. Kliczynski, you're of course the Polish Banking Association, but you also follow what ECB and EBA say, the European Banking Authority. And EBA, like Astrid was saying in the morning, that the figures are still that there is very low of the sustainable finance for the companies. And in short, given what you heard now, that there are all the problems already on the market, what would be your final thought?
Myślę, że będziemy zwiększali zakres zrównoważonego finansowania.
We will increase the scope of green financing in the banking sector. And on the other hand, the results from EBA, they're quite poor as of today. As for today, but what is more important, especially from the point of view of the European Commission and the EU, is what stems from our problems. I'd like to quote a conversation between the head of the European Banking Federation, Christian Seibing. He had a conversation with a big investor that has around $100 billion to invest. He asked him, where are you going to invest these funds? 55% in Asia, 35% in the USA, and then maybe a little bit in Africa, and the rest in Europe. That was his answer. So Europe would get just several billion out of 100 billion amount. Europe is not competitive. It needs to work on its competitive advantage. It needs to be more rational when it comes to regulations. As it's, of course, glorious to be a trendsetter, but the economy needs to get real, and we need better results. And for better results, we need a more realistic, more adaptable model, a model that's more easily adapted to the requirements of the competition, the competitive market.
Strong call for usability, implementability, practicability. That's the main message and the way ahead. And I think this has been also clear. I'm looking at Joanna because this more comes to colleagues working on the legislation, that it's now really to implement it and not to complicate more. Yeah. Thank you. Tizian and Mateusz, your final thoughts. Tizian, perhaps you first.
I've noted your short comment, so I'll be short. To ja tylko o 2 punktach chciałbym.
Let me address this in 2 points. First,
Przekonany, że
I am convinced that when it comes to reporting requirements, we have the possibility to use various types of information we have in our system, in our economic system. And probably we should do some work in order to identify them, those databases.
Spełniać, jeśli chodzi o walidację i tak dalej, natomiast z założenia pewnie to...
The assumption is that these databases can be used by everyone. Some of them are easily accessible. Then we need to bear in mind that transition on an individual level, on the level of SMEs, this is a system of interconnected vessels. For instance, thermal retrofitting of a building, this is in part governed by an entity that's the administrator of the building. Then part of that investment is covered by the company that the heating company in Poland. We need combined actions to address certain challenges. Single individual entities can't address all of the challenges if we're to achieve those aims that we're headed to.
Thank you. Thank you. And Mateusz, your final thought?
Wydaje mi się, z wieloma kwestiami się oczywiście zgadzam.
I agree with many remarks. What I'd like to stress, there was this division in the EU into SMEs and big companies. What we're seeing is that the smallest companies have the biggest problems. Micro companies can't be compared to large companies, but they're still in this catalog of SMEs. And very often micro and small companies can't be compared to medium-sized companies. You don't need a doctorate in taxonomy in order to use guarantee instruments of BGK, for instance, in order to get the guarantee support from a bank. Of course, we need those educational activities, but we also see that a lot has already changed. We provided 356 billion of support that a big part of it went into sustainable programs.
To jest numer...
And ESG programs, they're number 2 on our scale. Number 1 is the priority. So we're seeing the needs. We're trying to be close to the business in Poland and the business owners. What's very difficult here is that we'd like the burden, the administrative burden, not to fall on the smallest companies. And in a way, this is the case, but also the smallest companies don't have the resources needed to take care of even a smaller administrative burden. So I think this is a challenge, the challenge that's very specific to the SME sector.
Very positive note, if I can see so. But yet, we as we heard from this panel discussion, and I thank you very much for being so open. And that was the whole point, that we see both sides. Thank you very much. And of course, there is lots of work still to be done on all sides. The banker sides, SME sides, they need to get informed, meaning, and we are providing the tools. But such open discussions need to continue because, as we are all aware, it needs to be usable, user-friendly, and so that everyone can understand. And because we changed the order and we had the panel discussion first. I know. This is what I want to apologize now, that actually the speaker from the Enterprise Europe Network Sustainability Advisor had to leave. So we will share his presentation about the services that Enterprise Europe Network offers for free in Poland, and there is also an advice and education on the topic that we just discussed on the sustainability. This is another tool that exists there, not necessarily is known yet. So we'll make sure that his presentation is the first one on the list that you will get to know. And I apologize to him, he had to leave. But we wanted to give the priority first to you because you were many and we were late since the morning. Now, of course, we are finishing later than anticipated, but we were only 10 minutes later than our panel was initially scheduled. So thank you very much. Thank you to all who followed us online. I would like just to say that, of course, all presentations will be available as soon as our precious technical team, Sebastian Leonel and one more colleague, will upload them on the website. And also Grant was here all the time helping. And of course, thank you again to the interpreters. And also the recording will be available on the website very soon. You will receive an email with all the links, and you will also receive our questionnaire about what was okay, what was not okay today. Yeah, I know we were late, but this questionnaire will help us to improve for such events in the future. Thank you again. Thank you.